Well,
Live.
it is Thursday. Mav, as you just heard, said we are live. So I guess that must mean it's PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM on a Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern. No, we're not. We're late
Yeah, a little
because of
late.
me. We're late because of me. So we're actually 7:25 p.m. start time tonight. But thank you all for waiting and joining us tonight. A little format change to PM in the PM. Pong and Mav are going to discuss PC exclusively on this channel from here on out. As I have now joined the PCMR race, and that's how this is going to go. So everything PC, that's what we're going to cover here from this point forward. You agree, Mav?
Yeah, well, that's great for the PlayStation Showcase.
Yeah, I know. I was excited. No, that's not what we're going to do. No, I have not become PCMR. Real quick, though, I do want to thank everybody in the community that has shown me nothing but love for about the 2.5 years that I've been doing this now. The only reason why I'm here today doing the show, but also have a PC now is because of all of you and because of the support my family has shown me, my podcasting family has shown me here. And obviously, I have family who believe in what I'm doing because there was no way I would be able to do this without help. But to, the community, to everybody that shows up each and every week that, again, has just been ultra supportive of everything that I've done, no matter how many shows I've been on, whatever the case may be. Listen, I got to send you extra love this week because I was blessed last week by being able to get a PC. And again, that extends to my podcast community, including my brother from another who's with me here tonight and his beautiful wife. So, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. And there are going to be some more things coming. It's going to take time. I got a lot to learn. For anybody who doesn't know, I haven't owned a mainline PC since high school. And even back then, could you really count an Apple II GS as mainline? I mean, again, no. We're talking about a different world back then. So, I've owned laptops, I've owned business PCs, that kind of stuff. But this is going to be all new to me. And like I said in my video, this old dog is going to try to learn some new tricks. So be patient. But I am planning. I've got some thoughts in my head about what I'm going to do. Y'all know when Starfield hits, you're going to see me stream it. So get ready. But hopefully I'll have some other things going by then as well. Just wanted to give a special thank you to everybody for that. And I'll be doing that on the shows this week as well. But yeah, Mav, we got a lot to talk about, but we're going to get into it because Sony had a state of play yesterday that was absolutely fantastic. Oh,
no, it wasn't a Pong. It wasn't a state of play.
It wasn't a state of play, was it? It was a showcase.
Maybe think our show last telling for the state of PlayStation.
Yeah, I think our show last week was the heavyweights. We're back. That showcase season was on yet again because Sony was jumping back into the ring to go toe to toe with Xbox. Okay, well, we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. We got some other things we're going to get into as well, but let me get to my brother from another. Let me get to my co-host, the man who gave me the lead chair on this show without knowing the risks that were involved. But here we are. What episode? 74 already later. So I hope you're all enjoying it, but let's get to my brother from another, Mav, aka Fun Speculation, aka CEO of Fun Speculation Network, aka husband of the actual CEO of the Fun Speculation Network, Caitlin. What's been going on with you this week, brother? How you been, man? I know we just talked yesterday, but what's going on?
Man, it's been good. It's been a good week. It's been a busy week, a fun week. I had a blast yesterday, despite regardless of the show itself. And still watching those shows, and the shows are enjoyable to watch, whether we, what grades we give, you know what I mean? So right,
absolutely.
I feel like having friends again to watch this stuff with and have this level of excitement and discussions and everything like that is just awesome. I look forward to this time of year even more now than I used to back in the day when I was just watching them myself, and then I would have to go and try and tell my beautiful wife, Caitlin, everything that I saw. And she's like, yeah, cool. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, really? Cool. Now I got lots of people that have as much of a diehard interest in that kind of stuff as I do. So it's been a blast. And this is our third year now of covering these kind of shows, which is still blowing my mind that this will be our third E3 season here for fun speculation, right? And it's been a blast, and I'm happy for you, man. Congrats on getting your PC, Pong. I know. I mean, we've been talking about that for a couple of years. You know, like,
that's
and it's just been a long time coming. But finally, it's here. That time has come, and I'm excited to see what the future holds for you with what you do with it, and more than just on our shows, but whatever you do with your stuff too, man. It's gonna be awesome to see.
It's gonna be fun,
and it's gonna be a blast. And I want to thank the chat for hanging out with us yesterday, because it was a blast. And I couldn't help it. I have to admit, I had to go live again last night. I had so much stuff on my mind.
I saw that. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but I did see that you went live. I was like, oh God.
There's just like so much to talk about. Like the energy is like out there, and it's like sometimes you just got to be part of that, So that was a lot of fun. And other than that, just been dabbling in some games. We've been playing more Fortnite lately, believe it or not. I did play a game. I actually got gifted by a game from awesome community member Flint Dog. So shout out to him.
Oh, shout out to Flint Dog.
Yeah, and sent me this game called Bolt Gun, the Warhammer game.
Yes. The Doom, the old school Doom lookalike.
Very good so far. I'm actually really enjoying it. So
that's awesome.
I want to appreciate you for sending that, because you definitely didn't have to do that. But hey, that's an awesome game. And I was having a blast with that, checking it out. But yeah, man, it's been an interesting, fun week. Work wise, it's been interesting because in my business, some events happened, and that's gonna make things pretty busy for a while, which is a good thing. And other than that, man, we got a lot to talk about, dude. Because and one of the interesting things is, well, I know we'll dive into this later, but like, what does this mean for Xbox's showcase going forward, and how are they going to respond to this and all that kind of stuff? But man, you've been playing anything on your master PC? Like,
I have.
What comes out today, right?
Yeah.
Company Heroes 3. I
Company
think that's
Heroes 3
today,
for console.
Right? I'm pretty sure
for console. Yeah.
So
is it today or is it?
I'm probably gonna get that. I don't know. I think it is today. Yeah.
It is today. Yeah, because I was going to get it day one. Obviously, the PC changed my budget a little bit because I did put some money into it.
Yeah, I saw you say that, so I know you're
it changed my budget a little bit. Plus, I mean, again, Diablo is next week. Let's be here, right? So, I need Company of Heroes right now? No,
things are moving so fast with these game releases.
It is. It's insane, bro. I forgot to, Mav. Thanks to everybody on FSP too, because I did go back and watch FSP on Monday, and you guys congratulated me on the PC. So thank you for that as well. I saw your.
We kind of trolled you a little bit too.
You were trolling a little bit, but that's again amongst friends. That's to be expected, right? So again, I knew it. I was playing it up in the DMs. Obviously, I was playing the PC Master Race card very well in the DMs the first few days. So yeah, you just asked me about it. Of course, I've been playing on the PC. And it is eye-opening. I understand why, if for people who have a PC that can run some of these games, the way that they do run, I understand why that mentality can develop. Steele and I, of course, Steele's been helping me behind the scenes, set this whole thing up, make sure everything's great. Shout out to Steele. Again, I couldn't have done this without him either. But, talking with him and then playing, we probably put about 5 hours into Redfall on PC now at this point, because I wasn't going to play Redfall until the 60 frames patch came to console. That was my line. I was excited to play it because it's Arcane. I love Arcane, but I wasn't going to play it. But now I have a PC, right? And I have a PC that can run it. And so we put about 5 hours into it. And it's like a lot of the issues, sure, the game's definitely not perfect. Okay. But is the game a 5? No. Is the game a 6? No. I'd probably say the game's closer to a 7 for me right now. But the problems that people are reporting, when you have a PC, sometimes you power through it and you don't even notice them, right? So, Steele warned me because obviously I do a lot of podcasting. I'm going to be talking about games I'm playing on PC that I always have to keep the mentality that listen, just because your PC can do it doesn't mean everybody's PC can do it, and doesn't mean that the console players aren't having the issues. And, I didn't need to be told that, but, Steele and I go back and forth on this stuff because I was obviously having a good time with him going, yeah, I don't know what the problem is. Why is everybody complaining about Redfall? It's great. I don't know what the problem is here. But at the same time, again, now it's been eye-opening to me to do this. So Redfall has been fantastic. Having a good time co-op. It does have its issues. It's definitely nowhere near Arcane's best game by any stretch of the imagination. As an Arcane fan, I will say that 100%. I can see what they were going for. They didn't hit it. There's a lot left to be desired here. But is the game fun and co-op to run around and kill a bunch of vampires? Yeah, it is, right? So far, 5 hours in, that's what I got to say about Redfall. Then I've downloaded so many RTS games, Mav, because there's so many available on Game Pass. I won't get into those, but I did try out Total Warhammer, which I played through one match against the AI. Absolutely incredible. I've watched people play this game for so long and wished for so long this game would come to console. The fact that I can power that thing up now and play is so ridiculous. But again, as a non-PC player coming into PC, I got a lot to learn. Keyboard and mouse, right? For those types of games, they're way different than what we get on consoles when we do get a console version. So I'm learning that too as well. But the big one for me has been Death Stranding. And I know everybody. Fucking Kojima, walking simulator, boring as hell. I know. But let me tell you something. That game, and I've said this many, many times, the Decima engine, my God, is it gorgeous when I play it on PC. My God, is it stunning when I play it. And honestly, it's my type of game. I like Kojima's weirdness. I like not understanding the story. Maybe if I'm lucky, I get 50% of it. That's fine to me. I've watched plenty of movies or read books where the same has happened. So for me, Death Stranding, getting into that game for a few hours, wow, what an experience. And again, I understand why people gave it flack. I understand why some people absolutely despise it. I don't blame you. I get the reasons behind it. But man, I'm having a great time with that on PC as well. So
and gorgeous.
It is. It's stunning, brother. It's absolutely stunning. I've taken so many screenshots. I haven't shared any PC screenshots yet, but I've taken so many screenshots of Death Stranding already, and it's like I want to keep doing it, like because every moment there's something else that's like, oh my God, look at that. So yeah, no, I'm excited, and it kind of leads into the showcase too, because now I don't have to. And again, this is the bonus of having multi-platforms. When I was a multi-console owner, I never went into shows outside Nintendo shows going, do I have to worry? I don't have to worry about if this game's going to be here, or this game's going to be there. It didn't matter to me. I could just buy it wherever. And that's the great part about it. And the same goes with owning a PC now. I'm back to that mode again.
Yeah.
I watch those shows, and this, Mav. I watch Nintendo shows. Right. And I have zero interest in ever owning a Nintendo piece of hardware ever again. But I still watch Nintendo shows because I get excited for gaming in general, and I get excited for games. And some people could say that's fake. It's not. I actually enjoy things, even if I don't have any intention of playing them. I like seeing what developers are doing.
Yeah.
So, so going into that Sony PlayStation showcase yesterday, I was excited because now I'm like, oh, okay, well, Stellar Blade, if that comes to PC, I'm good. Right. It gives you an advantage from that standpoint. So, it has been a great experience so far, and I can't wait to get into the content creation side of things. That's where my learning curve is going to be highest because I've never done anything like it. So we're going to have a good time. I know I'm going to need Mav's help. I know I'm going to need Steele's help. I'm going to need lots of people's help in this community, but everybody's been great so far. It's been a fantastic experience so far. I rambled about myself long enough. I'm just blessed, and I'm just happy as a gamer. Like, I'm so excited because it's a new experience for me. So forgive me, but I am a little overexcited because it is great. So I can't wait to dive into it more. Yeah. So yeah, Mav. So Let's see. I think that's been about it. I did fire up my Xbox because I missed my couch. So anybody worried that I'm going to become full PCMR, I miss my couch way too much. And yes, I could do the couch thing with the PC. I'm close enough, and I probably will do it sometimes. But honestly, I really do. I come sit down after work at this desk with my PC, and I'm like, oh, I'm back at work again. This is great.
Yeah.
I'm looking at monitors. I'd rather sit down on my couch and play on the big screen. So it's never going to happen. Like, I don't think so. It's just an advantage. It's just something extra that I have that I'm able to try out new things on. And RTS strategy games,
Yeah,
I'm set. That's the best part for me. So, anyways, Mav, so let's get down to business. Do we have anything we got to get to?
Yeah, we got some super chats to get to real quick.
Let's get to those.
Alvin hit us before the show got live. He said only bangers were a CGI Metal Gear Solid 3 multi-plat trailer and a sequel we've known about for 2 years that looks like the first. That show sleeps with the fishes. Psychonauts with a $5 super chat says, here's $5 towards Pong's ass donut fund. Love you, brother. We're joking around about you need an ass pillow for your PC chair. 3-bit member for 23 months. And he was like he just put a bunch of 3-bit emojis for his message.
Is he promoting
he's promoting himself with the chat.
Okay.
Hey, 3-bit,
right, 3-bit.
You know, cool,
Promote
man.
Yourself.
You know, we got a bunch of 3-bit emojis. Nice. Love it, bro. Alvin with the $5 says, "Yo, Pong, just pop a squad on Sony. They're looking real soft lately."
Yeah, we're gonna have some words. We're gonna have some words for sure, 100%.
And then Alvin with another $2.
Alvin
says, "Pong, high refresh monitor. Let me know if you need one."
Doing good on the monitor.
Yeah, he's got a nice monitor, guys. He's got everything. And he has and the Fun Spec family. We have 3-bit who's got a monster rig. Jasper's got a monster rig. You know, Steele's got a monster rig. All these guys got monster rigs. Guess who's got the best rig now? This guy.
It's so stupid to say.
This guy.
But it's tech. It's when you buy it, right? So it is what it is.
This guy's got
this thing will be out of date in a year. Okay, so whatever.
No, you got 3 or 4 at least. But yeah, man, we got a lot to talk about with this state of PlayStation sadness.
And this is still the other thing that I'm getting used to too, is having everything in front of me instead of looking at my phone again. Like, again, you guys
have multiple windows.
I have multiple screens. I have multiple windows open. Like, this is weird for me. Like, this is completely strange. And for anybody who doesn't remember or hasn't heard this story, for you guys who don't know, I've been podcasting off for the 2.5 years off of Surface Pro 4. Okay, for 2.5 years. That's what my hardware has been. And it got to the point, and Mav told the story in FSP, but it got to the point where the battery had bubbled so bad that the screen was popping off of it. So if you wonder why I say this, Mav said this was a long time coming, that's why. Okay, that's what I was working with. So this is all foreign to me now. But yeah, we do have a lot to talk about. First of all, let's shout out this great chat in here already. And see, we've already got almost 200 people lined up. Of course, it's a big game news week. We are going to jump right into the showcase. We're not going to wait. We're going to get into it. So let's shout out some people though. Luis Jose, what is going on? Decado, great to have you in here. Bad Juju 79, what's going on? The one, the only Boss Mod, Lethal Papa in the house. What's going on, Boss Mod? Great to have you in here, sir. Charlie Hustle's in the house. Prey is here. Great to see you, Prey. As always, Understanding is here. Frizzle is in the house. Boba Fett Gaming. Talos Re. Geezer. Pride. OCD Gamer. My God, all the good people are in here tonight. Ray Oid, what is going on? The one and the only Tony Grasso is in the house. What's going on, Tony? We got 3-bit, the aforementioned 3-bit in the house. We got the legend himself, the one, the only Dragonheart Yobi is in here. One of the best energies in this community, Dragonheart Yobi. If you don't know him, if you haven't followed him, go do so. Dragonheart's awesome. Gallegos, what is going on? Great to have you a part of our show tonight. FARK is in the house. What's going on, FARK? We got Geezer Prime in here. I don't know if I said that before. We got Masshole 1977. in the house. We got it's Timmy's in here joining us. Great to see you. We got the one, the only PAULIBABBA's in the house. What's going on, Polly? We got the beautiful Caitlin is in the house. Miss Caitlin, how are you doing? Thank you for the amazing, if a little spicy thumbnail. Appreciate you. And I know that Mav probably requested it because My Little Pony. And as we saw on Twitter earlier this week, Mav's been waiting on My Little Pony movies that came out 5 years ago. So, anyways, Chio Walker is in the house. What's going on, Chio? Great to see you. We got Slinky M in here. We got Joe Bailey is in the house. What's going on, Joe? Thanks for dropping in, saying hi. We got Game Shark in the house. Man, Game Sharks back in the day. Had to have one.
Oh, yeah.
Those were fun. Those were fun, man. God Emperor Sofa King is in here. And of course, we've got our man, Vik The CLiCK in the house. What's going on, Vic? Great to see you, brother. Lore Master Jasper, actually, guy who's been doing some great streaming of the new Star Trek kind of Telltales game. Really actually caught my attention by watching his streams. The Fifth Horseman V is in the house. Thank you for joining us tonight, my friend. Who else we got in here? We got Alvin, who's already done a couple super chats. Going on, Alvin? Great to see you, sir. Who else? Did I miss anybody up here? We got Fun Speculations in the house. Thanks for being here, Mav.
Hey, no problem.
Astro Frost is here. Noctis, what's going on? Great to have you in the house. Volcanic is in here as well. Eventually, it's going to get hard to remember who I've already shouted out. Web Dave is here, the one and only Web Dave. Go check out all of his interviews. He had one with Dirk Griggity that was absolutely incredible. He always does a great job talking to people. Yeah, bring that up there. That looks nice. Then we've got Void Rat is in here. We got Snooky Jackson in here. We got Doc 50. My God, look at all these beautiful people. We got Sin in here. What's going on, Sin? We got Dova 360 in the house. We got RDM in here as well. Who else? We got Calarie. We got Calarie in the house. We got Decado in here, of course, dropping in here saying hi. Who else? I miss. We got Coreed. I'm gonna butcher your name. So if you're listening, I apologize in advance. Okay. We got Coreda, Ugarenmi. Yeah, Uganremi. Coreda Uganremi. There we go. Okay. Sorry if I butchered your name. That is a great thumbnail, by the way. Wilford Rosario's in here. We got Mitchie Poo in the house. Who else? We got TJG in the house. What is going on, TJ? We got the one and the only Mr. Joanna Dark himself, of course, giving me a hard time, telling me that I'm going to play Zelda in 60 frames. No, I'm not. I have still zero interest in Zelda, even if I can play it at 60 frames. Spitin 13. What is going on? PTK Blam, brother. Great to see you in here, sir. And congratulations again, sir. Happy for the family. Good news today. So I'm really happy things worked out for you and things are looking better. Mitchie Poo, what's going on? I think I already said you. We got Bunty early on in the house. We got Triz. You know what it is. What's going on, Triz? And of course, brother from another Psychonauts dropped in here very early. Delilah H3, great to see you. Absolutely awesome member of the community. Delilah HD, awesome that you dropped in here. We got the one and only Jerrold Mack. Brother, what is going on? I see you in here. We got Ramadan 202 in the house as well. Sir X-Men, what is happening? Wolf of Darkness, what's going on, man? We got Simple Jackson 2008. We got the Beer Baron, who always comes through with some extra for everybody else. So go hit him up. Who else? We got Ghost Fixture in the house. We got Paul Grant in here. My gosh. Eastside Vandal is in the house, of course. Who, if I missed you, still happy to have you in here. Try to get through as many people as I possibly could. Mr. Ordinary VX, I see you dropping in here. Listen, big show, Mav. A lot of people have a lot of emotions right now. When something like this happens, what's interesting is that I think a lot of people were expecting to be happier today, especially if you're a Sony fan, right, Mav? So for anybody who's living underneath a rock, right?
Yeah.
Sony had their first showcase yesterday in over 600 days, nearly 2 years. And I think most of us, that includes us that aren't primarily Sony PlayStation players, expected them after 600 days with all the studios they purchased. We know they have 28 plus games in development right now. We expected that show to be one of their hopes and dream shows. kind of laying out the roadmap for the future because they've been quiet for so long. Yes, they've had really good state of plays. They've done a fantastic job with games coming out like God of War, promoting those games. But as we know this year, Mav, one first party title that we are aware of, Spider-Man 2, and we knew that was going to be there. So that was a known quantity already when it came to this showcase. People were still obviously rightfully so excited to see some Spider-Man 2 because we hadn't seen anything yet. But there was a lot more that we thought was going to be at this showcase. And again, it's not just us, it's Sony fans, it's everybody, the media. There's a lot of people promoting the showcase as like, hey, must watch. This is Sony. They've been quiet 600 plus days. We're going to get something. So, Mav, let's get to the basics here first. Obviously, I guess we can just jump right into it. We'll go through the list and pick out some of the highlights too, because there was highlights here.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to the basics here. And you talked about it yesterday during live when we did our live reaction show, and then obviously you felt compelled to have another show last night by yourself and talk about it. Disappointing is probably the easiest word to say here, right? I think that's the overall mood. No matter what way you want to dice it, sure, some people are going to be a little bit more harsh. Some people are going to be a little bit more kind to the show. But overall, I think disappointing describes this the best way. We had, if I remember correctly, 4 first-party games and talked about at the showcase, right? We had Haven, and we had obviously Insomniac and Spider-Man 2. Haven's game was the first one shown out the gate,
Fair
which
Games.
was that Fair Games. Thank you. Yeah, the Payday.
It's a very
2,
forgettable name.
Like it is in the game overall because it had that Payday 2 feel to it, right? We knew they're coming with games as a service. So we had those 2. And then we had
Helldivers
Firewalk,
2.
Helldivers 2, and then we had Firewalk, correct?
Yeah.
Helldivers 2, I'm still
There's 5
actually
I guess.
Owned. Yeah, there's 5. Is Helldivers team owned by?
I don't know. I would have to look that up. I'm not sure on that one if it's first party.
So whatever, that's fine. We'll throw it in there. Okay, and then we had Firewalk, who was a recent purchase, right?
Yeah.
And they're coming with another PvP, what we assume will be games as a service type game. They showed off their game. And then the final one, of course, was Bungie, who is first party, but it's multi-plat, as they came out and stated originally.
Running independently still.
Kind of. Yeah, they're running independently, so they showed off Marathon. That's what we got. And the rest was third-party titles, which is cool. Again, this is why I watch every show, because there are going to be third-party multi-plat shows or titles that show up that I'm excited for. And VR2 stuff, which we knew was going to be there. And the most oddball thing of all, Mav, during a game showcase, a movie trailer.
Yeah.
This is not the show we expected from Sony. So Mav, you've talked about it a lot. You slept on it overnight. You had another day to think about this. Are you still sitting? I believe your score was a 3.
No, I gave it a 2.
Oh, you gave it a 2. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's right. You did give it a 2. Are you still at a 2? And now that you've slept on it, what are your thoughts about it, man?
I've been at a 2 and I've been thinking about dropping it, but wow. I think I'm still staying confidently at the 2.
Okay.
Then there's more issues at hand than just the amount of first party games that were shown.
Yeah.
It's what they showed from the first party games, the trailers that they even had for them, and what they relied on for the big heavy hitter at the end. And in my opinion, how it may actually have not been the savior that they were hoping for the showcase. As a showcase alone, you can watch the show and enjoy it. Like, there's some cool stuff here, like multi-plats and third-party stuff. There was some great stuff, right? As a first-party game showcase, especially when you haven't had one for 2 years, this was an embarrassment from Sony, because we've already had these talks. Like, what do they got in the works? What's going on with these studios? Like, here's the time for the answers, right? We talked about, hey, this year's really light first party wise for Sony. They got MLB The Show, and they have Spider-Man 2.
Yep.
And they have VR stuff. If you really want to focus on that, right?
Correct.
Besides that, there's not like any first party, and there was another omission from this show of a Sony published game that is supposed to be releasing this year in Stellar Blade.
Correct.
I didn't even register for me till after and till later. Like, why wasn't that there? Because that's first party now, and it's their showcase, and this game is supposed to be releasing this year.
Well, they still got Summer Games Fest.
I guess they're gonna maybe rely on the CLiCK show to have some of their games that are coming sooner.
But that's weird.
That's weird
after not having showcase, right?
Yeah, and especially you're going first here. You have a chance to show it again if you want to.
Correct.
At Summer Game Fest. That's what you should be doing there. You know what I mean? Not like going out with your big stuff. You know, like instead of showing Stellar Blade, they chose to show the Gran Turismo movie trailer, and it's not even, it was even worse with the movie thing. It's not even a new movie announcement. We've already seen Gran Turismo trailers. Like,
yes. Yes.
If they had been like, all right, like we had our predictions beforehand, and I kind of went off the wall a little bit and said like, well, let's say that there's some smoke about a Ghost of Tsushima movie, right? And maybe another one in the works, another game in the works, and stuff like that. So maybe they could have done something with Ghost of Tsushima, had like a big thing about it, and then had a reveal that, hey, we're working on the movie, just kind of mention it or something like that. But like, there's not even that stuff. Like, this was just another Gran Turismo movie trailer. Like, it's just kind of weird, man. And it wasn't even, and it's also not even that stuff. It's also the pacing of the show. Like, they started out strong. We talked about it when we were watching it. Like,
wait. I heard like IGN said the pacing was fantastic. Nav.
At first, it was great. Like
throughout, it was great.
Yeah, but IGN is like lack of awareness of the entire gaming community is baffling right now.
Yeah, we're gonna talk some journalists.
This is gonna be a topic later, for sure. But you know, it started out with good pacing because you had like two games. You know, there was the Farrah games, and then you had Helldivers 2, right? And then you showed Phantom Blade 0. And it's like, okay, this is good. This is off to a good start, right?
Yep.
And then it was like, okay, it became a big multi-platform show after that. Like, and it was cool. We're still waiting for the big Sony games, right? And we're like, okay, you know, they still got time. We were talking about this when we were watching it live. They still got time. You know, the 20 minutes, they're going to end it with heavy hitters. They're going to end it with like 3 or 4 in a row, like just like bam. Because that's what I think a lot of people were thinking, like this kind of show is going to be. But no, they ended up killing the momentum with the PSVR 2 stuff, which should have gotten out of the way early, right? So they had all of them together. Then they go immediately into movie trailer and hardware, and then all they had left was Spider-Man. And that was the expectation. Everybody knew Spider-Man was going to be there, right?
Right.
So, and to be honest with you, like Spider-Man 2 looked good. It looked like it's gonna be another good Spider-Man game. Like, it was impressing a lot, gameplay wise and all that kind of stuff. But like, for me, it still didn't have the wow factor that like the previous Spider-Man trailers had in previous shows. Like, on my stream last night, I kind of went back and looked at the Miles Morales gameplay reveal, and that was way more impressive for me than what they showed of Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, we'll talk about when we get into specific games.
So, you know, and I'm thinking maybe it's just realistic. This is kind of the state that the game's in, and it's just not ready yet. And you know, it's got some more polish to, and maybe it's because of the sequences that they chose to showcase. You know, but it just, I don't know. I have feelings that like maybe Spider-Man 2 is like kind of being pushed out because they don't have anything else this year, and they would have maybe had bigger showcase, a better showcase for Spider-Man 2, and to not even have actual Venom in it too, which is your biggest selling point. Now, I'm sure they're gonna have other selling times and other marketing for Spider-Man 2 before the game's launch, because They're just saying
Oh, of
fall
course, they're gonna have a state of
2023.
play.
So there'll be more opportunities for
Yes,
Spider-Man
100%.
2. And they're gonna have to, because it's really all they got for first party, right? So, but I don't think even with everybody still liking Spider-Man 2, it wasn't enough for that. Like, this is our big thing, and this is gonna save the show, and it's gonna be everything for everybody, and like, it's great. It's gonna sell well. Probably gonna be a Game of the Year contender. A lot of people are gonna love it. It's gonna be crazy, all that kind of stuff. But like, for the wow factor, for that impact moment of a showcase like this, where we're all kind of anticipating it, I think it fell flat in those regards. And but mind you that the other first party stuff we saw there had no gameplay. Minus
Correct.
if Helldivers 2's, I'd have to ask the chat if that's first party or not. I'm not sure. I know that Helldivers 1 was exclusive, because I played the shit out of it, and I'm looking forward to that. That's probably my most exciting new thing that we're getting this year from PlayStation, for if it is first party. But besides that, like, there's really, I don't know, man. There was like the marathon trailer. It was cool, but it's like, what? Still don't really know what it is. Then you had the Fair Games thing, which is very forgettable. And then you have the Concord thing, which was, who knows what it is based on that. And it looked like kind of like a spoof on the Starfield reveal trailer.
They are an independent studio, by the way, Arrowhead Game Studios.
Independent. Is it published by Sony or?
Yes, it's published by Sony Interactive.
Okay, so it's first party.
Yeah, first party. They made Magicka, the Showdown Effect, Gauntlet, Helldivers, and Helldivers 2, but they are independent from Sweden. So yes.
Second party studio, first party.
Second party.
Yeah, first party.
We'll throw it in
first
there.
Party
We
published.
we include Xbox.
So I don't know, 100%. Like, As Dusk Falls is, it's an exclusive. It's published by Microsoft Game Studios or Xbox Game Studios. I mean, it's definitely.
But that's not like a big powerhouse.
Yeah,
game.
no, it's like a double A style.
Yes.
And
they did a great job. You and I are excited.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. Right. But it's not enough of like, hey, this is our showcase. Like, man, there was so many opportunities that could have had at the show, like, and they just didn't take advantage of any of it. And you got to ask why. And the only thing I can really think of is these games are far away.
Yes. Or Sony's playing a new game.
Yeah.
Right. This is the transformation that we've been talking about, that, one side of the fan base hasn't wanted to admit has been happening, Mav. Right. But this showcase, what did we say about 30 minutes into the showcase? What did we all say? This feels like an Xbox show, right?
Early on.
And we weren't saying that negatively, because obviously we enjoy Xbox shows. I'll bring up the one point I made on Twitter today that I've been mulling over as I went to bed last night and woke up this morning, why I think it's different. But anyways, it felt like an Xbox show. Again, the first 30 minutes, the pacing was really, really great. Right? You had your first party title out the gates. Then, like you said, they followed it up with some third party. Again, Phantom Blade Zero looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Like that was a stunner that nobody had seen before. So that's why we started saying, hey, this pacing, it feels like an Xbox show.
Yeah. The pacing was like game.
Right.
Right.
And it didn't feel like a Sony show, though, because it wasn't your first party AAA games back to back, then throw in third party, then throw in indie, and then end the show, right?
Yeah.
So with more first party, it didn't feel like the showcase. It felt more like a state of play. That's where we wound up at. So again, I gotta ask, is this the new Sony? Is this what they have to do? Because we just had them come out this week, both Jim Ryan and Herman Holst. They were at a convention, I think, or something. They were somewhere this week where they was quoted as saying that, and they showed graphs, and where it showed that we're going to have a diverse lineup. We're going to have all types of genres out there. This is something, again, we've been talking about here so much, Mav. Like, again, why do we like Xbox's ecosystem? Of course, because we think Game Pass is a great value. Of course, because we like their first party titles, but also because we get that diverse lineup. Whereas Sony, unless they bring in third parties, they don't get that line. They don't get the diversity. And now it seems like they're trying to make their own.
And it's like, Xbox's ecosystem gives a unique flavor to their showcase, right? Because you have this the Game Pass effect with it, right? You get your games day one, you have, cross buy, cross save, cross progression, all these things, right? And then also on top of that, a lot of the games are exclusive still, on that they announced, like or within the Game Pass deals, even. So you know what I mean? Like the last 2 years, they showed, I think, almost every single game was in Game Pass.
Thank you. And let me interrupt again, just real quick, and I'll let you carry this, because this was my thought I put out on Twitter today as I mulled it over as I went to bed. That's the defining part of it.
Right.
That's the difference in an Xbox show, because I've been hearing, I listened to podcasts that I don't normally listen to. I went to the dark alleys to check what they were saying. And obviously other people too, and on Twitter, and everybody, the one thing they said, well, you can't really complain about third parties because both Xbox and PlayStation fill their showcases with third parties. Third parties are the majority. And that's completely correct. Right. The focus is on the first parties, but obviously we know a ton of third parties are always announced during showcases. But the defining difference, Matt, is Game Pass day and date with those third party titles. And that's the question I posed today on Twitter. If Sony does that exact same show, Matt, if we were watching that exact same show, but let's say the majority of those third party titles, Phantom Blade 0, let's even throw in Dragon's Dogma 2. Let's say Sony had those, and during the show, they were announcing day and date PlayStation Plus Premium. Would the show not felt a little bit different? I'm not saying it would be completely better, but would we not have come out of it going, geez, PlayStation Plus Premium members getting that lineup?
Yeah.
This is pretty impressive, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I feel like, mind you, like also like, the trailers themselves fell flat for the things they revealed. Yeah. For example, like at Xbox Showcase, right? They announced Outer Worlds 2 was way far in advance. Didn't really see anything. You had the 2020 Showcase also where they had just like kind of revealed trailers or whatever. A lot of those IPs, even though at that time were games that we kind of understand what they are, right? Correct. We understand what Perfect Dark is, but
I know
we'll this specific game we don't know, but we have a history with the franchise.
We have a general idea of what,
Fable. We understand what Fable is. We know what obviously what Forza Motorsport is. We know what a lot of those things are. When they did a CG trailer for like Contraband, there was informative information on the screen to give you an idea of what the game is, they even had the words that said like co-op, blah, 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 all this kind of things. Now there's sometimes they do this like Everwild. It was very vague. We don't know what it is still to this day, but like when they reveal games with these CG trailers, like they usually have, if there's like a new IP that we know nothing about, usually they try and kind of inform us on what the game is, right? Through that CGI trailer, give us an idea of the vision. For example, Redfall's first trailer, right? Redfall's first trailer gave a lot of clues as to what kind of game it is. You're on mute, bro.
I said, yeah, I'm professional still with the PC. Professional. No, we knew that we were going to be hunting vampires, right?
And we could tell based on they introduced this 4 different characters that was going to be this kind of co-op style thing. You know what I mean? So correct. Like when they revealed that, it was, even though it was a CGI trailer, it's very informative, right?
I would say it overhyped the game a little bit, though.
It maybe did, for sure. CGI trailers, that's what their job is, honestly.
Yes, 100%.
These CGI trailers they had for the PlayStation Showcase just kind of sucked because they don't really, I mean, maybe the Farrah games kind of told, but like,
yes, it did.
They, in a way, kind of seem more of just like these typical live servicey shooters, right?
Correct.
The Concord one told us nothing.
No, it's in space,
and that's that's like a unproven developer we're not used to. Like new, like what is it? Like we have no clue. We see a sandwich and a space shuttle or whatever, And you can say, well, Starfield did that. Yeah, but we know Todd Howard,
right.
Bethesda,
right.
So it's proven you have an idea. And plus, they'd already talked about that.
If you have to go look it up on the internet to try to figure out what they're making, then the trailer didn't do its job.
Right. Yeah. And now if you have like a big proven studio, like From Software's first reveals for like Elden Ring and stuff like that.
We knew it wasn't going to be a Dance Revolution.
Yeah, you know, like, From Software, you can tell this is some kind of like new Soulsy thing or whatever. And then, you know, there's hype that goes behind that just because this is their next shit. You know, you're pumped for it. But like some of these studios and stuff were like, okay, cool. Like, we don't know what Haven's all about yet. Really, we don't know how they're going to deliver. We know Jade Raymond, but like this is different for her, right? We know Bungie's game is probably going to be good. We can have faith in that, you know. But did it differentiate to really tell like what's special about that game in any kind of way? You just saw two people kind of shooting at each other or something like that. So there was a lack of like delivery on even the CG trailers they showed, right? And then getting into the pacing thing, you know, and kind of like the Xbox showcase aspect of it, how we were watching it early. On the Xbox shows, they tend to start off kind of strong, then they get into that multi-plat thing, and they keep up the big pacing and all that. And then they end strong still with like a couple games, right? And a couple big new game announcement surprises and stuff like that. And then you have the added factor, the weight. It's coming into Game Pass. You know, the first party stuff is cross-buy. You know, it's cross-save, cross-progression. You know, like all of these things. And so you're like, yeah, this is great. It adds like, hey, fuck, I'm going to have to buy these games. You know what I mean? So all of that stuff. Now, when you get into the PlayStation show, it's like they tried the Xbox, but they don't know how to Xbox.
Correct.
It's like they were trying to keep that. They were trying to do that pacing with a delivery of games at the showcase. You know, but it's also a shorter show, and they relied on their one heavy hitter for the entire show. Like if you look at what's coming for the Xbox showcase already coming up, they're dedicating 2 hours and giving Starfield, which is the big heavy hitter. You can call it
the headliner,
Xbox's Spider-Man or whatever of this year, right? The guaranteed smash hit, right?
Right.
They're separating that and giving it its own dedicated show. So the other roughly 90 minutes or whatever we're going to get at this Xbox show, there's no telling what's going to happen, right? But like to just for that to be your only big thing there, really, for PlayStation was the biggest disappointment. Like, and that's what I think hits hardest for this show, because like you can't have that and forget to bring your heavies. You know, you can't have a showcase like that and not bring the goods. And they didn't bring the goods. They didn't bring any of the top tier dev studios, right? They brought the ones
that were expected.
Yeah, they didn't bring the Gorillas, the Insomniac. Well, they brought Insomniac with Spider-Man, but like not the other games.
Naughty Dog. Where is Factions 2? Where is this game now?
It's missing. Yeah.
Like, but how is it missing? And again, I'm picking up Steel's banner here because this is a Steel Rain rant almost weekly at this point. But where is Factions 2? They announced it originally with The Last of Us 2. Yeah. That they were going to have Factions 2.
And then the other time we saw it was at the Game Awards or whatever, where they talked about a concept art.
Concept art, right? It's just, how can you not have something ready when you know your audience is looking for these games that they know are out there? This is the same conversation we've had about Xbox. After CGI trailers, you know, where are they? Why haven't we seen a bit of gameplay? It's just kind of the same boat for Sony right now. And I got to believe there was more than just Haven and Firewalk, you know, ready to show something. And I'm excluding Bungie with Marathon because there was another CGI trailer, but that's multi-plat. I'm talking about their first party stuff. There had to be something, a slice that Naughty Dog could have given you for Factions. Now, again, could they be saving it? Could they be doing it at the Summer Games Fest to have a presence at Keighley? Sure. But I would say then Sony is very rusty right now. This is a rusty Sony doing showcases, if that's what they chose to do. Not to say that it's not going to get a lot of eyes on it, not to say that it's still not going to blow up the internet if they show Factions 2 there, but this is your show. This is your day in the spotlight as Sony. You have set certain expectations with your fan base for years now, right? For generations. You've set the expectations about what your showcases are going to bring. And even if you've now got more games to show because you're diversifying, because you've got to give spotlight to a Haven, to a Firewalk, that's fine. Again, I'm not the guy who has a problem with CGI trailers, right? I'm not. The first show, I don't care if that's your first time out the gate and you're introducing the game and you show me a CGI trailer, I don't have a problem. I know some people hate them. I know some people say, wait until you got gameplay. I don't want to see CGI trailers. I understand. And I don't have a problem with that viewpoint or that opinion. But for me, I'm not complaining about this. What I'm saying though, is you got your big heavy hitter first party studios that everybody knows, and you're not going to show up to your own show with them. That's a little strange to me. That's unlike Sony. Like, again, and how can you not be teasing Cory Barlog's new game? How could you not give a splash screen with a name for Cory Barlog? And again, I don't run billion dollar
that would have had 10 times more hype and excitement than Fair Games and Concord and even Marathon probably combined.
Right. Of course it would have. It would have lifted that show up, even to have one of those, let's just say Factions 2 or Cory Barlog's teaser for his new, what's supposedly a sci-fi game. He's been talking about on Twitter. This is not like some game he just started. Him and his team, and they got the A team over there working on it. And now with God of War done, he's got everybody. He's been talking about this game. Why, between those two, if you just had one of them there, it would have lifted that show up a little bit. Again, not saying it would have brought it to a 9 or even an 8, but it would have lifted that show up because you would have had people talking about it. Again, it's weird today, and it was weird yesterday, Mav, that this wasn't divided, along plastic lines in the console war community. The majority of Sony fans, even some of the big influencers on the Sony side, came out and spoke out and were like, this was shit. This was an L. What are you guys doing? This isn't the Sony,
which is pretty rare.
It is. A lot of those. It's ultra rare, right? Yeah, it is. But that goes to show you how bad it was received, this entire trailer or the entire showcase. That's why I say this might be a rusty Sony that's kind of feeling their way around now, kind of lost a little bit as they try to turn this ecosystem around into something new, because they've ran the same model for so long, right? Am I off?
No, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, I think they're in a lull of games. And I think that's what it's going to be in the next couple of years, honestly. And, people gave Xbox a lot of shit for it. And, where are the games, and
wait till next year.
And, hey, games take a long time to make, and people act like they don't exist or anymore because, they haven't talked about them or whatever. And there's always the wait thing, And I feel like, PlayStation did good early this generation with getting out a lot of, like, maybe sequels and stuff that are maybe quicker to produce and all that, but they understand they just can't rely on that forever. You know what I mean? Like, and this is, at some point, the actual PS5 generation has to start. People thought it was going to be this show.
Correct.
And I feel like that's why the biggest thing here is, like, this was the time to really show the next evolution for PlayStation, right? The next big franchises, the next big games are coming. And instead, they got some live servicey stuff and then another sequel that they already all knew about for years, right? So there wasn't that next thing from any of the big studios that people look forward to. Nothing from Bend, nothing from Guerrilla. They didn't even show Wolverine from Insomniac. So there's so many different
that one I do understand, right? If you got Spider-Man there, do you really want to show off Wolverine? 2 superhero games?
Maybe. What about Sucker Punch?
Right.
Naughty Dog.
They had plenty of other stuff, right?
I mean, there's so many studios that they have that are kind of top quality that people really look forward to, and they just were absent completely. And people want to know what they're working on. People want to know what games they have. People aren't weren't sitting there chomping at the bit to find out what some of these other things were, and that's kind of all they got. And I feel like it was a big letdown for this big showcase that's in the middle. This is year 3,
correct?
Right.
This is where they hit it with the PS4.
Yeah, this is when you do the hopes and
Yes.
dreams and like the really get into the meat of what's to come. The second half of the console life cycle type, and you really get into, hey, here's where the games are really gonna start taking advantage of shit, and this stuff's gonna start coming out the next couple of years, and here's everything you got, but it just was missing everything. It was missing everything. It just was lackluster in every single way from a first party showcase. If you want to put this up against third party shows, like if this was a Summer Game Fest, if this was a
or if this was a state of play,
or if it was, let's say a PC gaming show or a future game show or something, like one of these other showcases that exist, hey, fucking awesome, right? Because they delivered some pretty cool announcements in there, but like this is the first party showcase, and it's almost like they forgot how to do one. Like I don't know, either that or they just decided it's not important to show what they're working on. I don't know. It's like, why even have it?
Correct.
In
why
this
not
case,
hold off
until
later?
Yeah, like why do it? Like if this is what you were going to show, just keep doing your state of plays, because it would have been received a lot better.
Right.
And make a statement. This showcase. We're delivering and stuff, and it's like, no, like they didn't. No. This wasn't. Tom Henderson put a tweet out there. He was like, I think they need to do another showcase this year. I said,
your response was perfect.
I think they still need to do a first one.
Yeah. and let me add to this too, Tom, who's, again, like him or hate him, I love the guy. I think he's great. I think he's great for the community. He does a lot. Some people hate insiders. That's fine. Tom Henderson has been spot on with a lot of things. Okay. Yeah. This guy has a high track record. This is his living. He does it. He takes it seriously. He also talked about, Mav, that he knows for a fact that there are a lot more games from the first party studios that are further along.
Right.
And again, that goes back to what we were just talking about. This is your show. I'm not saying, again, I'm the dude who says I would give you the entire roadmap, everything. I would leak it myself. Okay. If I was in Phil's position or Jim's position. Okay. So I'm not saying.
Do you feel like that hurt the show somewhat? Because like, a couple things like the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. Then also you had the PlayStation handheld controller thing. Those things were leaked. Do you think they could have hit differently if this was the first time?
No, because it would have been okay. Metal Gear Solid 3, had it never been leaked or had smoke not been out there, right? Would have been a big moment. Yes, it would have been a bigger moment than it was finally seeing the trailer yesterday. It was an underwhelming trailer.
It's still not just for PlayStation,
but it's just not correct. That's what I was just about to say. That goes back to my point about Game Pass and the differentiating, because after the show or when it came out, MGS is going everywhere. Metal Gear Solid 3 is going everywhere. The collection's going everywhere. Yeah, then that would have wiped that first party exclusivity to my console excitement, which some people live for, which does give an identity to your platform. It would have wiped that away the minute everybody found out it was multi-plat, right? So no, the hardware side, Mav, nobody's asking. I don't care how many articles want to be written that this is PlayStation's response to Microsoft's cloud gaming. Bro, there's people out here calling this hardware a console. This is not a handheld console. I'm not joking, man. I read multiple articles where they described it today as a handheld console.
Wow.
Sony announces their new handheld console. No.
Games media is so bad.
It's so bad. It's so bad. We're going to get into it.
Yeah.
But this is an accessory. This is an accessory. You have to own a PS5. You have to have the game downloaded on the PS5. As was correctly pointed out by a lot of people, this is more of a Wii U controller than anything else.
Yeah, Wii U
nobody
gamepad.
asked. Yes, gamepad. Nobody asked for this. Number one. Number two, you got shredded by even your own community about the look of it. You failed in the development of this hardware. This is one of the ugliest, most uninspired pieces of garbage I've ever seen. And I apologize. If you're excited for Project Q, you're excited for Project Q. Hey, I hope you enjoy it. But I'm just saying it's one of the most uninspired pieces of hardware that Sony has ever put out. Again, this is the company that dominated the 80s and 90s with their Walkmans, with their home electronics. And they put out this.
Yeah, it looks like ass.
It looks like ass. So had that not been leaked, it would have gone off the same way it's gone off now, like a big pile of shit.
It looks almost like fragile, like you could easily like snap it.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine getting mad? Okay, I'm not one of those people because I don't damage my controllers, but we know plenty. Bro, this is not the handheld for you. This is not it. Because it looks like you could snap it right off. But so no, I don't think those things would have made a difference in the overall feel of this show because it was just an un-Sony-like showcase. And again, there was too much out there that we are aware of that they could have shown. And I'm not, again, it's not saying you need to show me everything, but one or two more from the big names of your developers, again, would have lifted this up. And again, not saying 8s, 9s, 10s, but it would have been, people would have generally probably said, okay, it wasn't their best showcase, but you know what? We got to see factions. So that's cool, along with Spider-Man. And we got a glimpse at Haven, we got a glimpse at Firewalk, CGI trailers, whatever. But I think that would have helped it. But no, I think we are seeing a rusty Sony here.
Yeah.
And I really do believe, Mav, that this is a transitional period for Sony, the one that we've been talking about. And I think that because their business model, their marketing, and everything and again, their marketing is fantastic. That's how they dominated 80s, 90s. They've done a fantastic job. We talk about it all the time. But I think that right now they're adapting. They're in that phase where they're kind of lost on how to present this stuff because they're so used to just walking out on stage, right? And just showing a freaking name. Right? They showed the PlayStation logo and the internet broke.
Yeah.
Like that's how much power they wield. But now they're kind of, they're traveling into unfamiliar territory with some of these game designs, even though it's still first party. These are new studios that they've acquired within the past 2 years. So trying to show off a different style game than you're used to, you're going to have some issues. And again, I'm not saying that's all of it. They got to learn though. And they got to learn how to rebuild these showcases around those types of games. And again, another main point that we talked about yesterday and we've talked about for a long time, your loudest fans are the enthusiasts. Your loudest fans are the ones here, like the ones that are pumping in the most money to your ecosystem. You have trained them on certain games for an entire generation. You have taught them that the single player narrative experience, and we're going to talk about KOTOR in a little bit about possibly what happened there, but you have trained your fan base that is the premium gaming experience to the point where we have a whole group, granted a very small group in this community, who runs around and trashes every game that does not score an 8 or above. And we're actually at the point where it's 8.5 and 85 or above. If it's below that, it's trash.
Yeah.
Because they only want that one experience from Sony. So how do you start getting them? How do you start getting them to realize or start to get interested in some type of other game? A game that's been known to be only on the competitor side, that co-op multiplayer experience. Sure, you get a third-party experience every once in a while that's like that, of course. There's tons of games like that. But that's different than Sony first-party titles coming out this way. And I think that their fan base is going, oh no, this isn't the Sony I want. Like we've heard them. Don't copy Game Pass. I want to pay $70 for my games. I'll pay $90.
That's what they were
for my
telling
games.
them at the beginning of the generation, you know? It's
right.
Like,
I mean, you've got this whole fan base who is so hardcore for one style of game. And again, yes, I know the Ratchet and Clanks, but look at the sales numbers. It's not the same. Okay. It's not. They shy away from those. So that's the hard part for Sony right now, is convincing their fan base that they want something different than what Sony's been feeding them this whole entire time. Again, it's been highly successful for them. Never will down that. They chose that. They relied on third parties for everything else. We talked about the position it put them in now, but back when they started doing it, it worked. But things are changing. So I don't know, Mav. You got any more to add to that?
no, I mean, let's get to a couple super chats real quick.
Yeah, get some super chats.
Yeah, DeBlue, appreciate you becoming a speculator. Shout out to DeBlue, fellow Dallas homie there. Decado gifted 5 Fun Speculation memberships to the community. I appreciate you, Decado, for the gifteds, and congrats to anybody who got one there. Enjoy your emojis.
Yes.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Decado. Sir X-Man with the $2. Appreciate you. Says Jim Ryan looked upset about the games. See his face. Rain G4 with the 5 says MBG looked like he auditioned for the Breakfast Club and didn't get a call back. Wow.
He did. I watched some of his show too. I did. I pulled that up. So again, I will give credit where credit's due, and a lot of those big Sony fans did come out and did slam him and said this is not it. And so I will give her credit where credit's due for sure.
Drawn TJ with $5 says yesterday was a shit show. One big first party. That's it. Definitely didn't sell me on buying a PS5. Right. And you know, I feel like PlayStation sees part of the issue with like where they need more active users. They need to sell more content and services and all these aspects, right? And they're going more into live service aspects for that because that's their biggest weakness, right? For first party, right? If Call of Duty is Microsoft's game, right? Like this, okay, what do? We need to get all these live service games going, or like we don't have any of them. Microsoft's got Minecraft. They're gonna have COD. They have Grounded. They have Sea of Thieves. You know, they have all these ongoing successful live service games.
They're looking at those monthly active users numbers, Mav. Yeah, that's exactly
100%. And you know, Microsoft's got those, and Elder Scrolls Online as well. And, I mean, and more coming from ZeniMax. And they see all that. Like, God, that's a lot of money coming in every month from these subscriptions and from all of these content and services and all that stuff. And we don't have any of that from our first party right now. Like, where is it? You know, let's buy Bungie. Right, let's buy Bungie. You know, we have Destiny. We'll learn how to do it. You know, let's invest in all these different studios and start building some of those up. Right? Oh shit, we don't like that one. Let's kind of cancel that one. Hey, these other guys we had, we're kind of playing around and messing with stuff, canceling stuff. We'll see what works out. All right. So what are we going to show? Well, it's time to debut our new vision for PlayStation. Let's use this showcase to debut not just Spider-Man 2, which, you know, it's going to be great. Everybody that's just loves what Sony does, what we're famous for, they'll be happy because Spider-Man 2 is going to be there. You know, throw in Metal Gear, synonymous with PlayStation. People will be happy about that. You know, we're going to have this showcase, but we're going to reveal some of these other experiences finally because we need to get people start to be excited about those franchises. We're investing in that as a PlayStation, as Sony. We need to market those to start to get people excited for those franchises, and not just the God of Wars, not just the Horizon Forbidden West, not just the Spider-Mans, not just those sequel-y games that we've been doing. The Last of Us. You know, those are our go-tos. They're going to be system sellers and stuff, but we got to start pushing these games that we've been investing in to get people excited to play. Issue is they didn't show off anything really regarding exciting about any of those projects at the show. Right. So, and then you also neglected to show any of the other stuff that fans that you've established wanted to see. So, failure on multiple parts across the board from them in that regard on delivery. And this has been we praise PlayStation for marketing all the time, for knowing what, how to deliver, send the right messages and all this stuff. This is the biggest fall flat on their face moment I have seen from them from a marketing perspective in a very long time. They have stumbled massively on this because they not only failed to gain the excitement for those projects that they have been investing in, that they are going to be a big future part of PlayStation, but they also didn't deliver to the fans a reason that they felt to be excited about the future of PS5 with the games that were shown at the showcase for first party. So you failed on both parts, and I feel like that's why the community is upset. It's interesting, man, because they're setting PlayStation setting Xbox up here for a layup, I think, and it's going to be I think it's going to be more than a layup. I think it's going to end up being a slam dunk. But we got a very generous $20 super chat from Face 23 BKNY. Thank you so much. Says you can say the same thing about Xbox. Xbox got its gamers used to renting games instead of buying them whenever a new game comes out, and Xbox fans go, is it coming to Game Pass? For sure. That's the expectation. And Absolutely. That's why at the showcase, almost every game is coming to Game Pass that they show, because that's the expectation, and they almost want to set that expectation. They're selling the subscription as much as the ecosystem, right? So, I think 2021, the big show that everybody really loved from Xbox, there was only 2 games at that entire show that was not in Game Pass.
Correct.
And that was Diablo IV.
Yep.
And Battlefield.
Correct.
Every other game in that entire showcase was in Game Pass. Right. And last year's show, I believe almost every game was in Game Pass. I would anticipate the same for this show. But yeah, whenever these third-party games come out, we all look curious. Hey, is something going to be in Game Pass? Is it not? It's just fun to speculate about it. I think people know that every game's not coming to Game Pass, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say, man. I think as time goes on, Face, what you've seen though is that the people that have been in Game Pass for a while, that conversation has kind of died down.
Yeah.
I know for a while there, it was kind of getting nuts. Yeah, it was kind of getting nuts. But I think that as people have gotten used to it, we now have a good kind of balance. And sure, are there people that wait to buy a certain game thinking that maybe Xbox will make a deal? Yes. But I think for the most part, FOMO gets a lot of people. And if it's not quickly announced for Game Pass, they're still buying the game. Yeah. But there is a point of that is true. I just think that as time goes on, it's getting less and less. I think, people are just like, okay, it hasn't been announced. Do I really want to play this? Like Dead Island 2. I think plenty of people that I've seen on Twitter bought Dead Island 2 on Xbox, even though that's like a Game Pass game, like down the road that you would think would eventually show up. It's like perfect, but you saw the sales numbers. Everybody's ecstatic about the sales numbers. Yeah. And I saw so many people on Xbox playing it. Yeah. So I think that's starting to die down a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And then also Lore Master Jasper, member for 22 months, says THQ Shadow Drop prologue to Alone in the Dark free to play.
Yep. Really? I just put that in the DM. So breaking news, Alone in the Dark launches October 25th for the Xbox Series consoles, PS5 and PC. The prologue Grace in the Dark is now available for free. And yes, it is in the Microsoft store. So it's everywhere. So yeah, Alone in the Dark out of the blue today. Okay. I like it. I'll be downloading and trying it out. Yeah. Alone in the Dark was a favorite franchise of mine back in the day, even though it's kind of scary. It was psychological more than it was actual extreme horror. So, Alone in the Dark, go check it out, go download it. Watch or play it after the show or play it during the show. I think we knocked that out of the park. And I was going to go to the games list here, Matt, but let's put a hold on that because you just brought it up right now. Let's just roll into what this means for Xbox, right?
Right.
Because people prior to the Sony showcase were out here hammering the narrative that Xbox Starfield's got to be 11 out of 10. Xbox has to nail the showcase. Otherwise it's lights out. Like we had the doom and gloomers out here talking all this nonsense. And then when the Sony showcase was announced, it got ramped up even more. I mean, we got plenty of people, not going to name names, but I'm sure plenty of you seen on Twitter. We had Xbox guys out here saying, oh, I have more, I think that Sony's going to kill it and Xbox better not stumble, all this kind of stuff. Well, like you just got done saying, Mav, probably the biggest marketing showcase stumble for sure, a marketing stumble that we've seen Sony take in recent history, recent memory, just happened. So what does that mean for Xbox at this point, Mav? Like you said, you called it a layup. I've seen a lot of people use that terminology. They got a layup. I've seen some people say, well, it's Xbox.
Yeah, they can still fumble it, right?
They still. I said it yesterday while we were watching, or after we got done talking about this, because we talked about this a little bit. Starfield, if Starfield shows, great.
Yeah.
If Starfield shows more people than just myself, who I already know, I will love Starfield no matter what. But let's say Starfield comes out there during the developer direct and has a great showing. Let's say there's a 60 frames mode, so that's not even in the conversation. Let's say that everything that they demo looks fantastic. They show off a couple different planets. They show off wildlife. They show off crafting. They show off everything that we want to know about Starfield. That alone at this point wipes the floor with the Sony showcase. Starfield alone being a great showing would wipe the floor with the showcase. Again, people forget what a Bethesda game from Todd Howard's A-Team means to the gaming community. So I think that alone does it. Now, let's say Starfield is good, but the Xbox showcase beforehand, they do everything that Phil talked about in his interview. They gave us updates to some of the games that they announced. They show off Avowed, they show off Fable. Forza Motorsport shows fantastic. It's over. That's all they got to do.
Yeah.
I think it's 99.9% sure that Xbox kills it. What do you think here, Matt?
Yeah, for sure. But first, I got to say thanks again to Face23 BK and Y. Another
Absolutely.
very generous $20.
Thank you, sir.
It says, I hope Xbox has a better show, but people will question Xbox first-party AAA game trailers because they put out Redfall. Misleading with the trailers shown on PC and not console. They need to show games running on Series X. To that point, Phil said that they're going to make sure they're clear on that with the trailers. Yes. So hopefully they are more clear and transparent on what the videos are captured on and stuff like that. But besides that, Xbox has a very distinct advantage here in between showcase to showcase. And I kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier, and I talked about this last night. Like, if you just take the showcases and look at them, right? Like, one aspect, you could say time is irrelevant, but like you have an hour, a little over an hour for PlayStation, and you knowing that about 10 minutes of that was taken up by Spider-Man 2.
Yep.
That's their big heavy hitter, right? They were relying
10 minutes of VR, 10 minutes of VR2 and the movie trailer combined.
And then the hardware,
And the hardware.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So like they were relying on Spider-Man 2 to be that big moment for their entire showcase.
Yes. And it was big. Again,
it was. It was big.
We'll talk about it. But yeah.
Xbox has a whole separate dedicated show to Starfield.
30 minutes plus.
They have a whole separate dedicated show to Starfield. Starfield's not even technically part of the actual Xbox showcase. It's two different events. So when we're looking at the Xbox showcase, Starfield's not going to be part of it. They're saying, well, Starfield is the given. Starfield's the big one. We're going to dedicate and give all the time to Starfield.
Yep.
What almost would be like almost a state of play thing that PlayStation would do for one of their big games, where they'd have a 30-minute show that's just dedicated to one game. Like, this Dev Direct for Starfield is its own independent thing after the showcase. So when we're looking at the Xbox showcase, we're going to rate the showcase even before they show Starfield. Which means they're not relying on Starfield to deliver the goods at the showcase, which means they have other big hitters.
Correct.
So when you look at that, even knowing that in advance and knowing that they also have more time that they're going to be delivering things, what do we expect? Then you add the Game Pass effect in there as well, as we talked about how that helps a showcase like this, right? But then, so you go into it and you're looking at, well, okay, let's say they do update us on Hellblade 2, right? With a new game with gameplay, like big time gameplay. Let's say we get Avowed, right?
That by itself could wipe Sony's.
Then just those two, right?
Hellblade 2 by itself could, if it shows like combat and everybody goes, oh.
Yeah, holy shit moment, because graphics,
Xbox
right?
has got their God of War. Xbox has got their Last of Us now. Oh, that would be over with right there. But anyway, sorry.
And then you go into this knowing we're going to get Forza Motorsport. They talked about it as well. They're going to deep dive on the cover cars or whatever at the showcase. And then also, they already told us more today in a Twitter announcement that they are going to give us more information on Forza Motorsport career mode on the 13th.
13th, yeah.
So they're already separating that out. Know that you have more information coming from another first-party game after the showcase, and we're going to show a little bit at the show, which means because they're taking that time for the career stuff at the show, not as part of the showcase, they're not even relying heavily on Forza for this either. You know,
are you going to get sidebar? Are you going to get your GT career mode? Do you think?
God,
that's why they're dedicating so much time, bro?
God, man, I hope so. I hope they really bring out that career mode and fully flesh it out.
So do I.
I saw that. I got excited immediately.
So did I. When I read it, I instantly thought of you, and I was already excited because I'm like, maybe they're going to do exactly what we talked about. Give the option to do that career mode. Like
they wouldn't even be a point in doing that in the last couple of Forzas.
Right.
You know what I mean? So really, like, that has me excited. So you know Forza is going to make an appearance. You know that Starfield's got its own separate thing, right? That means there's a lot of like, wow, what's going to happen at this show for Xbox? But then you go into Phil's comments, updates on some of those games that Paris gave on his list. So that could mean a Perfect Dark. It could mean a Fable. It could mean an Avowed. It could mean a Hellblade 2. It could mean a State of Decay 3. It could mean an Everwild, right? It could mean a Contraband, right? So we're going to get at least a couple of those. And even alone with that, that's better than what we saw at the PlayStation showcase, right? So then you go into a few surprises. So you know there's going to be some new game announcements. And when he's talking about this, he's talking about first party, you know? Right. So we know we're getting some new game announcements first party. We know we're going to get a couple of those updates on those games. And we know we have a separate show for Starfield. And we know Forza is going to be there as well. I mean, that already, knowing this ahead in my mind, kills what we just saw from PlayStation.
Yep.
Like,
it absolutely does. Yep.
And guess what? Those are like games that more people are going to be looking forward to usually than like a vague live servicey type thing, right? Now, some of this might be, right? You know, if they update us on Everwild, you know, it'll be a live servicey type thing. But if they do show us Everwild, I bet you we get some sense of what the game actually is this time. This is just, I think, where Xbox is now with their pipeline.
Yep.
It seems to me right now, first party wise, they might be in a stronger place than PlayStation. Everybody,
finally,
yeah, and it's been a long time coming, but this is what it seems. That's the energy that was just put out from that PlayStation showcase. What we can see coming forward again on 100%. That Phil interview, he was like, "Finally, we're at the point where we have one big game a quarter." You know, and he said when we look ahead, it's like finally we're at that place where we have that. So you start doing the math on that one big game a quarter, and you know that doesn't equate for the smaller titles and the smaller projects, because if they were counting that, we'd have like a game every other month this year, right? I mean, we're talking about 8 maybe first party games this year, you know? Right. So they're not counting the Age 2s and the Minecraft Legends and those things as part of that big game a quarter thing. They're counting like the Avoweds, the Fables, the Perfect Darks, the State of Decays, the Starfields, you know, the Indiana Jones, the Contrabands, maybe.
Yep.
Like they're counting these other big projects, and guess what? I just listed off what, like, easily just off the top of my head, what, like 6 or 7 games that we know is in the works.
And it's
there's
a
already,
compulsion. We don't know anything, Mav, about what it's been doing. We don't know the unknown. ZeniMax Online has multiple projects. Brother, we've talked about this so much. Like, it's crazy that we're finally seeing it, right? And now that it's starting to lay out.
Finally.
Yeah. But now you start laying it out that way, it's like, wow, right? It's like, it's finally the avalanche is here. Yeah. And according to Phil, now it's laid out where he can see each and every one of those games for each quarter for at least the next couple years. Mm-hmm. And that's what's got me excited about what Xbox is doing. All the wait until next year thing. Yes, that's something that Microsoft themselves, Xbox themselves have to kill off. It is their responsibility. It is not us to continuously say, hey, just wait. We know we're going to do it because we're excited and because we do look at this stuff and go, the game's got to come out at some point. We're going to have a plethora of games at some point from first party because they're all making something. But it's up to Xbox to execute that plan. And obviously quality matters. As we saw with Redfall, it is going to matter. But this could be the start of a 3, 4, maybe more run where we don't have any questions, Matt, about what's coming up.
Yeah, and I think it's the energy they're putting out there, right? I mean,
right, that's the energy, because how many projects, Matt? 40? Right around 40
probably
plus,
roughly.
I mean, Redfall just came out, so let's say 30, whatever. We're in the high 30s. Again, four games, because Phil wants one per quarter, right? 4 games over 4 years, that's 16 games. We've got double that in the works. And yes, I know not all of them are giant, first party. There's a lot of first party. So if that's the case, we could go on a streak here, folks, where every year we've got this unbelievable roadmap from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. No more entire years without a big first party title. No more, hey, first half was great, second half sucked. No more second half was great, first half sucked. Consistency. That's what they're aiming for with all these acquisitions. And that's what we're about to start seeing. I believe, Mav believes it, because we've talked about this. But how does Sony respond to that? Because they got a lot in the works, but they don't have that much in the works. That's why you hear them saying, we're going to try to get funds together to start making acquisitions, because they know that they don't have enough in the pipeline to match that.
Yeah.
And on top of that, again, the Game Pass effect, like you were saying, Mav, during this show, the difference is when a third-party game is shown, generally speaking, what we've seen over the past couple of years is we instantly, in our head, even if they don't say it, we instantly know, oh, cool, that game's coming to Game Pass. Wow, one less game I have to budget in. One less game I have to buy.
And the funny thing is, adding on top of, the first party with all those games you're talking about, like those come across like as like those almost like the third party exclusivity deals that PlayStation has, right? Even if they don't end up being exclusive, you get that deal in Game Pass with that marketing and stuff. It's like, that's a big deal, and a lot of people choose to play in that regard, right? So it's adding value to the ecosystem is very important for Xbox with those deals. So we still have some of those that haven't come out yet that we're still looking forward to as well, that they could show again. You know what I mean? Like, Stalker 2, is it going to potentially actually hit this year? You know what I mean? Like, there's so much stuff. And then, all this new stuff, and we sometimes kind of laugh at it and we kind of discount it, but still updating and keeping these other live service games that have been ongoing for years and keep growing. Guess what? These user bases keep growing for a reason, because the games keep getting better and better and better. And that's an important aspect to the ecosystems. You still have your Minecrafts, you still have your, Sea of Thieves, and State of Decay 2 just got free content, everybody. And guess what? Guess what we were doing last week? Yeah, me and Psycho and Jasper, we're rocking around playing State of Decay 2, and we're having a blast, These things matter, and they're going to keep updating these things with their games. They've proven, Xbox has proven they know how to run a live service game.
Correct.
They've had their failures.
Yep.
They've had their flaws, especially with like Halo Infinite. There's still hope though, because of the rebounds they've made in the past. I would say that it'll keep rebuilding, but we'll see where that goes. But they have proven to be successful with some of these games. A project like Grounded,
Yep,
out of nowhere, just
yep,
a huge success.
Passion project turned into something more, right? Yes, I don't even think
they
have
like Xbox has these, right?
Right,
but they aren't. Their show isn't just all dedicated to that stuff, which is what it felt like the PlayStation show was.
Correct. They're cultivating new audiences in different genres. And we talked about the fact that known IP popularity contest wise, Xbox has work to do, but they've got so much in the pipeline. They've got so many games in the pipeline. All you need is 3 of those to hit gigantic, and you start to develop that popularity with the certain IP. If Perfect Dark hits, Joanna Dark could become a new huge character for Xbox, right? If they do even smaller games, Hi-Fi Rush, if they take advantage of what they have in Hi-Fi Rush, and we have to wait and see. Again, it's not a given with Xbox, but if they take advantage of what they have in Hi-Fi Rush, they've got a couple characters there that could instantly be known as Xbox IP if they do it right. That's the chances that they have. But overall, with the roadmap, with the pipeline, you're talking about insurmountable type of content coming that eventually is going to reach the masses, assuming that the quality bar is being set, assuming that those games come out. And I'm not saying they have to be 9s and 10s. I'm not that dude. But let's just assume that all of them are like 7.5 or above, and you get a consistent roll. You get a 9 in there, you get a 10 in there every once in a while. People can't ignore Xbox anymore. They won't be able to do that. Oh yeah, but I really like my PlayStation with my God of War and my Last of Us. Eventually, there's going to be so much available to them in Game Pass that they're going to have to be like, I'm talking about the ones that hold out the longest, right? They're eventually going to be like, I got to jump in here somehow, some way, whether that's a Series S, whether that's my PC, whether that's my phone, whether it's my TV. I got to jump in here, this ecosystem. That's what Xbox is going for.
Yeah. I mean, and then you look at ABK down the road.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then you just throw
it's insane, man.
Gasoline on it. And it just, like, even if a lot of it stays multi-plat, it doesn't matter. It becomes associated with Xbox. We know the power of that. It's a continuous, this is what Xbox has been building toward. This is something that we've been talking about, that this is the vision we see. Whether or not it happens is up to Xbox and Microsoft. They still have to execute, as I just got done saying. It is up to them. No matter how much we see it, it's not going to matter at the end of the day if they can't execute. So they do have to do that portion of it. But they're doing all the heavy lifting. They've been doing all the heavy lifting over the past 5 years, ever since they started making acquisitions and switching over to this new business model. That's the heavy lifting. Sometimes it slows things down. Sometimes there's bumps in the road. Sometimes things don't actually work the way you think they're going to work, and you have to adjust. That's what transitioning a giant part of a $1 trillion corporation kind of leads to. It's going to, not everything's going to be smooth and easy going. It's going to get rough waters. That's what we've always tried to say. That's why we've never been doom and gloom. When we've given them criticism, none of us on the Fun Speculation Network have ever said it's over with, or Xbox, this is last chance,
doom and gloom,
last chance at redemption. Right. Last chance at redemption. We've never done that. I'll say this too, because we were on the showcases. This is what competition does. And I'm going to be real. I'm going to be real clear about this. Sony's show is, for as much of a flop as it was, and we'll go through some of the games overall and the general opinion of what Sony did. I liked the fact that I saw Sony putting out some first party games that weren't the narrative God of War's, Spider-Man's, Last of Us. I liked the fact that they actually do have studios now, and they are trying something different, because that's the Sony I miss. That's the Sony that mothballed some fantastic IP because they didn't need it anymore, because they could rest on the chests of gold that their, again, single player, third person narrative driven games had given them, because they became the most popular brand outside of Nintendo. Again, we don't include Nintendo when we have these conversations, because whatever, Nintendo's in their own realm. They're on another stratosphere. But because of their success, they got to mothball all of this old IP that was fantastic. Your Motor Storms, your SOCOMs, your Kill Zones. I know people don't like Kill Zone. I kind of liked it, actually. You know, your Resistance Fall of Mans, your all these different genres that they were into because they didn't need them anymore. They got complacent. They got caught with their pants down coming into this generation. Sure, they're killing it. They're killing it console sale wise. There's no question. They're still dominating worldwide. I get that. But the fact is, their game sales are down. Their corporation, the Sony Corp was just complaining about that. Their monthly active users are down compared to Xbox, who has a lot less people in their ecosystem. So they are starting to feel the effects. And this is why you see them trying to get back to, hey, we're going to make a lot of games in a lot of different genres. We're going to do a lot of different things. We're not just going to be that. Yes, you're still going to get our first party title, first party home runs. We're going to still give you that single player experience. But meanwhile, we're going to be investing more and more into games as service. We're going to be investing more and more into different genres. Mm-hmm. I love to see that, because that means that they take the competition from Xbox for real. They're not laughing it off anymore. As much as they want to put on the big airs, as much as they want to put on the confidence and, oh, look at our console sales, look at this. We already know Jim Ryan's own mouth said console sales are not enough.
Yep.
We need more. We need PC. We need mobile. So as much as they want to throw that stuff around, they certainly are welcome to do so. They are doing things behind the scenes, and now we've seen some of it through the showcase, that is changing that Sony old style business model that they've been using for a generation and a half. So I'm excited for that part of it.
A new day is dawning.
It is.
PlayStation.
This is far from over. This generation is going to lead into next generation. There's a lot more battles out here. There's a lot more interesting times ahead. It's going to be fun, folks. This is why we do this. This is why Matt and I get so damn excited about doing this show, about watching these showcases, about interacting with you in the community, is because this is what it's about. Back and forth chess matches. It's something special. Not everybody likes them, but guess what? Gamers benefit from this in the end. For sure. All of us, right? No matter where you're playing. All right, Mav, let's
we have a
we got a
$2 super chat from Jax82. It says, liking the new setup, Pong, at 1080p low resolution.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, I got the Logitech Brio. So I haven't finished adjusting it yet, so I'm still fooling with it. I haven't done a whole lot with it yet, but
you even have to individual applications like Zoom, you have to go in individually and set up your camera for like 1080 and all that stuff.
So it is different. I'm getting used to it. I kind of like the smoothing effect of my old Surface Pro camera, right? That it had that social media kind of filter on it that all the people like to use to make themselves look a lot younger. So now I got used to seeing my old face again. But yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that for sure. All right. Matt, let's get into some games here. Let's get into some of the big ones. We talked about Fair Games a little bit. Haven. We don't know what it is. CGI trailer.
The problem with Fair Games, I can never remember even the trailer. It's like for some reason, it's
the
like
purple smoke. The guys entering the building. You don't remember that?
I remember like it looked cool, like the visually, like with the characters. There was good graphics on like the characters and the CGI and stuff. But like I can't like recall what happens. I can't really. I have a hard time remembering the name. Like I have to keep looking
Fair
again.
Games I forget all the time. I do forget the name.
Like I don't know, in the stupid money sign for the S. Like
yes,
I don't know.
I will say this about Fair Games: if they're trying to catch that wave, if this is going to be that heist multiplayer extraction multiplayer game co-op, they are coming late. They're coming late, Mav. There's already some really well established franchise. I'm not saying
they just announced Payday 3 coming.
Right.
As well,
I don't doubt Jade Raymond, and the talent that she's brought in over at Haven is pretty off the charts.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to somehow differentiate themselves from everybody else, which we know is tough. Like we said,
there's so many of these trailers that look like this for these kinds of games out there. And it's like, oh, cool. Another one of those.
Right.
You know,
man. I got to mention this one, even though you and I laughed, because IGN, at least one of them pumped it up over the top, but Foam Stars, Mav, just a complete ripoff of Splatoon.
Yeah.
Seriously. Like how
Ultra ripoff. Yeah.
Oh, Square Enix. It's not even a first party title, but Foam Stars. I saw some people legitimately try to say that they like it because it's Splatoon on PlayStation. Again, it might become popular. Again, I don't know why people play Splatoon.
Is that an exclusive?
Yeah, it's a Square Enix. Yeah, it's exclusive. Yeah.
Are you sure? Because it's going to be like a. Are we?
It might become the PC.
Right. It's going to fail. The servers are going to be down in a year.
Down. Right. Maybe less. Maybe less. Everybody was joking about that too. How quick does Square Enix say that was disappointing? That the sales were disappointing.
Yeah. What happened to Babylon's Fall that was published by Square?
Right. Didn't last a year. So
no, they could have the server shut down almost exactly 1 year.
Yes.
The day, but they announced it was shutting down like 6 months ahead of time. They were like, "Hey, you got 6 months left to play this game you bought for $70. It's gonna be useless after that."
Useless to the point where GameStop was giving them away or throwing them out.
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 3. We talked about the Snake Eater remake, and then they also announced coming this fall is going to be the trilogy that they are bringing back, the OGs 1, 2, and 3. They're not remaking those, and it sounds like this is going to be minimal, but they're bringing the whole package for the consoles, including Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. But Metal Gear 3 Solid, Snake Eater, this is something that everybody's been expecting, hoping for. Some people aren't excited because Kojima is no longer involved. Yes, I do worry about Konami messing with it, but the spirit of Kojima is in that game. So if they don't mess with it and we just get a very good remake out of this, I will be happy, Mav. Are you excited for Snake Eater?
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. You know, I don't know exactly like how it's going to play. You know what I mean? Like with I know there was some stuff online after that I haven't seen all the details yet, but I'm hoping is full on like remake.
They said unprecedented
gorgeous,
new graphics.
Yeah,
so
I like that's what I want from a Metal Gear game. I want that stealth, pure stealth action and stuff, and like I hope they deliver. I really do. The Kojima not involved, so we have to wait and see how it plays out. Because I think this is a test for them with the Metal Gear franchise.
It is.
I remember we all said, I've never been playing a Metal Gear game because what you did to Kojima. You know what I mean?
Come on, we know it.
But and then they kind of bastardized the brand a little bit with Metal Gear Survive and all that kind of stuff, right? But this is like a big test for them, I think, and I hope it's really good, man. I really do. I'm going to be looking forward to it. I'll be playing day one as long as everything checks out leading up to release with how it's going to look and stuff. But I love these stealth games. I like Metal Gear. I like it's been a franchise I've played for ever since the old days, on PS1. I didn't play the Nintendo one, I don't think. But I played.
I did back in the day.
Yeah, I played
Espionage.
I played on PS1, and I love it, man. I'm looking forward to it. I'll play it on Xbox.
Yeah, I can't wait. Again, as long as they do it right, it's fine. And I'm okay with it as long as they don't change the major stuff, as long as they don't fool with any of the Kojima stuff that's in there. Even if these days it probably wouldn't play too well. Just don't mess with it too much. Just leave that corny stuff in there, leave the nonsense in there, and you're good. I can't wait for that one. Bungie and Marathon. We knew this one too was rumored.
Fuzzy pretty much nailed this.
Yeah, Fuzzy absolutely did. Shout out to Fuzzy. He did nail this. So Bungie is reviving Marathon. It's going to be a reimagining. Obviously, we don't have much on this because it was another CGI trailer. I will say the CGI trailer was cool as shit. I love the character models. I love the aesthetic of everything in it. This is going to be a multiplayer PvP extraction shooter coming out as well. It's going to be everywhere because, as we talked about, Bungie said that's what they were going to do, and it's already confirmed. What do you think about the Marathon trailer here, Mav?
trailer, I felt like aesthetically it looked cool, but I wanted more to kind of tell us what the game was, you know. I have faith in it though, because it's Bungie, that it'll be a good game and it'll be successful, right?
Yep.
I think it'll be fantastic.
You know, the shooting will be good.
Yeah, you know, the gameplay is going to be great. It's going to be a game I will play for sure. And it also has a better chance of surviving, being that it's everywhere, right? And Bungie's proving how independently they are running by actually on Twitter after the showcase saying it's coming to Xbox. Like, usually, even with these deals after games at a showcase, like, they don't say they're due to marketing or whatever. They're not allowed to mention other platforms for a while. Like, they made it clear, you know, immediately afterwards that it's coming to Xbox. So
they did.
I shout out to Bungie for that, and I have faith in it that it'll be successful. I just wish I knew more about what it was. Right?
Correct. We know Bungie will give a big reveal at some.
And did they give a year for that?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, really. No year. No nothing.
What about Haven's game?
No, that one did not have a year on it either.
What about Concord?
Nope, no year on that one either. Those games are out. Those games maybe 2024, probably one or two of them will be 2025.
It is strange the fact that they are focusing on games that are further out. That's the
hopes and dream part, right? But
why not in that case include the other ones? You know what I mean?
Right. Saving them for some point, right?
Yeah.
Phantom Blade Zero, man, we got to talk about this one because this was one of our probably top 3 games, I think, for both of us in this showcase for sure. Phantom Blade Zero came out of absolutely nowhere. This is from was it S Game, I think it is. I believe they're out of China, if I looked it up correctly. Phantom Blade Zero looks absolutely ridiculously cool. Steele shouted out when we were watching it. He thinks that the parrying and the move sets that they showed off, this will fall more in line with Wolong. I know some people were comparing it online today to Sekiro. I never personally played Sekiro. I heard how hard it was. I had zero interest because I won't do Souls games. Now, I did play a fair amount of Wolong before I moved on, and I actually liked the combat. But this game, graphically, was stunning, man.
Yeah.
And it had this muted color, not quite black and white, but muted to the point where then all of a sudden you started seeing the blood was extremely bright and highlighted in spots, whether it was on the ground, on a sword. Wow. I again, running, wall running, talking about pairing 2 people back to back and then slicing and dicing both of them in a single move. There was a lot here to like. I know, Mav, you pointed out the cover. You saw him take a cover against the boss behind a pillar. What did you think of Phantom Blade Zero here, Mav?
I thought it was really impressive.
Yeah.
Like that game looked awesome. That sword play, the combat, the wall running, like he ran up a wall. There was also, they showed the cover system as well, like getting into cover to hide and stuff like that. So it added new mechanics to like this genre that's kind of become really popular that looks really cool. Aesthetically gorgeous and stunning, but again, the gameplay was what stood out to me even more than that. There was a game that had been shown around quite a bit on Twitter the week before, and at first glance, I thought it was that same game.
Right.
But no, this was a completely new thing. I still got a lot of questions about it because, you know, when is it coming? To me, this kind of, there's like games that get revealed at shows sometimes that kind of scream like, hey, this is early on, but we got this vertical slice. You know what I mean? And then like
a long trailer on this one.
It was. And but so was the the Chinese game, Black Myth Wukong.
Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah, we got a lot from that first
showing
too, right? So it like from those, it's like, okay, cool, we got this great sampling here. But now let's really get started to making this a full-fledged thing and then figuring out what all platforms it's going to come to. It was interesting to me still that PlayStation didn't say that this is exclusive, right?
They didn't do that with anything.
I know.
That was the other weird part about the show.
It
They
was
didn't use
weird.
any of their old school language that they've used for
They
years.
said coming to
and years.
PS5, right?
PS5, yeah, coming to PS5, and so far it's
Um,
PS5 and PC confirmed only. This is the one questionable one where some people are thinking that might be PS5 console exclusive, but we don't know.
Maybe.
Yet.
So that's just adds to questions, though, right? Like,
Yep.
has the developer not decided everywhere, except they've just committed they're going to PlayStation 5, you know, when they're in development? It's the lead platform. So there's questions I have about when is this ever going to come out, and also what all platforms is it going to be. And I think we can count on probably PS5 and PC for now, most likely.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying right now.
It's going to end up being a timed exclusive situation as well. Regardless, though, the game looked awesome. So, like, if that's a good get for PlayStation, and I just have more questions. It's a kind of, I just got to admit, when it's an unproven developer that I've seen for the first time and that shows something that's mind blowing like this, you know, my guard goes a little up because that. When are we going to see this? Is it ever going to actually come to fruition? How many years is it going to take? All that kind of stuff. PlayStation did have a game called Abandoned at a showcase before that was a fake ass game, right?
Yep.
There's games that look mind blowing, that look wow.
Sony promoted that one too.
Yeah. There was another game that was going to be coming to PC that turned out to be a big load of bullshit that we all knew it was going to be as well.
Day after, or whatever.
The day after, and
day before, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, day before, I think. And it was like, oh yeah, that looks too good to be true. But like, you know, they market these things and stuff.
I still want to see that game come.
I do too, but it's like, you know, when these unproven things are showing, unproven devs are showing these mind-blowingly cool stuff. It's like, I want to be super hyped about that, but I'm also gonna wait until we get closer to actually potentially seeing something, right? Because without even a year or anything like that, it's kind of like, well, let's just wait and see. But amazingly impressive.
Yes, I thought so too. Again, one of the standouts of the show for sure was that one. Sword of the Sea, great indie game from developers of Journey and Abzu. Giant Squid. That looked really cool as an indie game. Not going to be for everybody, obviously, but looked really cool. Talos Principle, which was another 2, which is a puzzle game. We saw that. Helldivers 2, Mav, another one that stood out for both of us because we played the original co-op top-down shooter, and I believe it was twin stick back in the day. You and I asked you if you remembered, but I believe if somebody in the chat remembers Helldivers
I could go fire it up and find out. I don't.
Yeah, I believe that was a twin stick, but I could have been wrong. But anyways, totally changed the game for Helldivers 2, Mav. We're talking about over-the-shoulder, third-person views. We're talking about much closer to the action game. There's a group of fans who really love Helldivers, have been waiting on this game, and I got to say, what they showed off was very impressive. And it is coming to PC, so I will be partaking in it. You excited for Helldivers 2 as well, man?
I definitely am. I'll be diving in. Nice job. And it's something that's coming this year, which is something they needed.
Yes, that is correct. Yep, absolutely. And that's the second party, remember?
Did they say this is going to be cross-play?
No, I did not read it or look to see if it's going to be cross-play or not. No, I did not. I know Bungie announced that Marathon is going to be cross-play, cross-progression, cross-save.
Yeah.
So across the board.
Yeah, Bungie is doing it's like Bungie account or whatever, you know.
Yes, absolutely. Alan Wake 2. Wow. Big fan of the original Alan Wake. Obviously, Alan Wake 2 has been something we knew about. Remedy's been working on for a long time. Great gameplay trailer here, Mav. Showed off that you're actually be playing 2 characters in this one. So I'm hyped for Alan Wake 2. Looks really cool.
I think this is kind of maybe they're fulfilling their vision on what they wanted the Alan Wake franchise to become.
Yes. And that comes out October 17th. They announced the release date for that as well.
Kind of interesting route for Remedy because they had a like some setbacks, before after Quantum Break, they had to get a different publisher and they got 505. They did Control, right? Which was very successful for them. And then now you see them kind of getting back up at it, right? So Alan Wake 2 is going to be a big deal for them, I think.
They are. It is. It's going to be a big deal. And they need it after Crossfire campaign.
And Sam Lake was a character in it in the trailer.
Yes.
Which was cool to
Sam
see.
Lake did show up in there. Yes.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sam. Great dude, by the way. Assassin's Creed Mirage, Mav. Woo! Yeah. Classic Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 style. I know it's going to be obviously updated, but I could not get it out of my head how much 1 and 2 it reminded me of. We've heard it's going to be about a 15-hour campaign. I'm psyched for Mirage. I can't wait. The October 12th, it's coming out. Mav, I know you're probably gonna be day one on this as well, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, more traditional style Assassin's Creed. I'm all in on that, baby.
Yep.
You know, I still haven't beat really Valhalla. Good. It's just too fucking big. You know, they had the 3 massive ones in a row. That Origins, which was the smallest of the 3. Then they had Odyssey, and then they had Valhalla. Kept getting bigger and bigger. And I was like, God, you got to stop overwhelming me, man. Like,
right.
And this is kind of getting back to like the core Assassin's Creed, which has me excited. I'm curious, really like how much of like Animus stuff there could be potentially in this. I hope they can.
Maybe they'll stay away from it.
I don't know. Like
I like the Animus stuff if they do it right.
When they got to go back to the original Animus stuff. You know, like
it just takes you out of the game. I hate that.
I always wondered, like, hey, where are they going to go with this whole Animus storyline? Right. It was amazing, and then what they did with it is just fucking killed it.
Right. Absolutely.
They just killed it and obliterated the meaning of it and all that kind of stuff.
They did. Anime fans, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink coming. Winner of 2023 release window. Grand Blue Fantasy looks the animation is stunning. I am excited for that one. That is coming out again winter of 2023. We got more Street Fighter 6, which again we've seen plenty. Ultros with another really weird psychedelic mushroom trip Psychonauts type indie game that looked Metroidvania. It looked really cool, like really, but that was there. Tower of Fantasy. Which one was that? I don't remember what that one was. I don't even remember Tower of Fantasy.
I forgot about it.
I can't forget about it. And then another, probably, if I had to pick one game out of this, Mav, it's got to be this.
Dragon's Dogma 2.
Dragon's Dogma 2, brother. Listen, again, if you have not experienced Dragon's Dogma, it is backwards compatible. They actually have an updated version for it on Xbox and PlayStation. I say give it a go. If you don't walk into it expecting AAA quality on console, you'll be fine. Okay, this game is well worth your time. I just saw Jez today is going back and replaying it again on Twitter. Underrated. It gained a fan base years after it had launched. It gained a huge fan base. Dragon's Dogma is now considered one of the really great Western RPGs, even though on consoles got a lot of jank. PC, they got a ton of mods for it. Steel played it on PC recently. It's got a ton of mods for it. Plays much better. It's a unique RPG in a genre that is filled with all types of games that you can go play. But Dragon's Dogma, as much as you might say, well, it kind of reminds me of Skyrim or reminds me of Oblivion, and it reminds me of this game, it reminds me of that game. It has so many different mechanics in it. Like the pawn mechanic is the big one. You can bring companions with you, but you can rent other people's pawns. But the pawns and the AI that Capcom developed for that system is notches above anything I've ever experienced when you have a AI controlled companion. These pawns are actually extremely useful. Extremely. Like they can dominate. You can kind of sit back sometimes and let your pawns go do the work. They cast the right spells when they're supposed to. They heal you when they're supposed to. They can use weapons efficiently. That was one of the mechanics. And also the bigger bosses, you can actually get up onto them and attack them, which is not always done in games. Yes, it's been done in other games, but this implementation is amazing. One of the memes that Mav has here is when I showed up randomly. I don't remember what show was it. Fun Pop? It was Fun Pop. Oh, and he screenshotted me while I was playing because I had gone back and started playing Dragon's Dogma and I was battling the first Cyclops. And you see my face in this awful game playing grimace. That's whatever. Everybody's got their game face. But that was because I was climbing on top of the Cyclops and I had forgotten how entertaining but white knuckled it was once you got up there and you were slashing on them. So Dragon's Dogma gained this big, huge following, and nobody knew if Capcom would ever go back to it again because sales wise, it wasn't the most successful game. But now Capcom's in a totally different place, back to peak Capcom, making money hand over fist with everything they do. And they announced last year Dragon's Dogma 2 was coming. And now they showed off at the PlayStation Showcase. And it was one of the ones that stole the show for me, Mav. Again, everything looks great. What do you think?
Yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2. I wasn't expecting to see it here, and I wasn't expecting to see that much gameplay.
No.
So when even I did see it, I was like, we're just gonna get a little CG trailer or something like that. Another, you know what I mean? But
yes,
it looked fucking awesome.
And now this time around, it's in the RE engine.
Yes. Was there release year on that one?
No, there was not.
Okay.
There was not for Dragon's Dogma 2. We just still don't know when it's. I would imagine next year, from the looks of it, next year, I think.
Yeah.
But my God, go watch that trailer. Watch when the magic user casts the meteorite spell and how it shows up in the sky. That's the other thing about Dragon's Dogma. You go play the first one and you won't believe how old that game is because the particle effects, the spell effects in that game, second to none. I don't care what RPG, I don't care if you want to pull out Final Fantasy, second to none when it comes to the spell and how they showcase the spells. But in this newest trailer, they summon a meteorite out of the sky. It actually looks like a meteorite coming out of the sky. We've had plenty of games that have had that spell, but they don't usually look like they're actually happening.
Yeah.
This one does. Man, I just can't wait.
It's got a co-op too in Dragon's Dogma, right? So
yes.
Did they ever update the first one?
Yes, they did update the first one.
For current gen?
No, not for current gen, but for Xbox One, PS4.
Is it 60 frames? I don't remember.
I don't remember when I was playing it if it was 60 frames or not. I think it is, but they upped the res.
I kind of want to dive back into it.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
yes.
But like,
You'll have to try it out.
But I don't want to go back if it's not updated.
Yeah.
Enough.
Yeah. Decado. Yes, I know the Dragons casting meteors was cheating, but listen, that game was not easy. So don't go walking into expecting to have an easy playthrough. It's not. Yeah. There's a lot of trial and error in that game. I wouldn't say it's Souls-like, but is it tougher than most RPGs? Yes, it is. It's fantastic, though. It's absolutely fantastic. The discovery, the open world, you can pretty much go anywhere you want to. You can get lost. You can get into bad spots that you're not supposed to be in. It doesn't limit you. So it says, oh, you're not high enough level or you haven't progressed the story. Nah, you can get to places you're not supposed to be at. It's old school from that point of view, too. Love it. Absolutely love it. God, I can't wait for that game. Let's see if there was anything else you wanted to bring up here, Mav, at all. We kind of talked about Concord with Firewalk. We don't know what it is.
It's Final Fantasy. We saw it again.
Final Fantasy, saw it again. Seen it so many times.
Saw Street Fighter again.
Yep, I said that already. Street Fighter 6 was showing off again. Otherwise, Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, fantastic.
A lot of scene agains.
Yeah, Crossfire Sierra. Crossfire, everybody. The game that everybody says Xbox gets credit for being terrible. Well, guess what? Smilegate's bringing it to VR for UPS fans out there. So all you VR2 owners, I expect you to go pick up some Crossfire because I'm sure you all claim it's the best game ever now. Anyways, that just showed up there. I was laughing about that one. Beat Saber is coming, featuring Queen's music, which was cool. I know you were singing during the showcase there, Mav.
Yeah. I love Queen. I got Freddie Mercury right there as the Flash.
That's awesome.
Mr. Fahrenheit, is the superhero name.
That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, thanks.
That's pretty damn cool. Yeah. All right.
One of my favorite possessions in this room.
I think we smashed the showcase talk again. Disappointing is about the most. It's probably the most generous I can get with the showcase. It was an utter L for Sony. Yeah. Again, if you look at it from a Sony showcase standpoint.
If this was Keeley's show, I'd have been like, yeah, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah, yes. Yes, absolutely. Right. That's why I had 2 scores for it, right? That's why I had 2 different scores, and I kind of combined them together and gave it a 5. Because, again, if you look at it from the third-party standpoint, saw some really cool games. Mav and I just listed off 5-6 games that we're cool with. But overall, if you look at this as an actual Sony first-party showcase, not a state of play, but a showcase for E3, their first showcase in 600 days, utter failure. I said I gave it like a 3-4. I'd probably give it a 3 if you want to average it out. So if I look at it from that standpoint,
Yeah.
So awful showing. Sony's got to go back to the drawing board. Hopefully they'll show some more games. If they show some more at Summer Games Fest, great. But it's not going to make up for what they did with the showcase. And I'm sure they heard their community loud and clear on this one. I don't
you think
they
may be calling Keighley to see if we can get something else in
maybe
real quick?
Maybe.
You know, like, I don't know.
I don't know. But again, if Faction shows up at the Games Fest, it'll be cool if Factions 2 shows up at the Games Fest.
Maybe I'll be send Neil Drunkman up on stage again to show another piece of concept art for Factions,
or have Troy Baker do a podcast about it.
Yeah.
One of the two. No, if they shows up there, great. But I would have more questions at that point. I'd be like, why the hell did you give it to Keighley when you should have had it at your showcase?
Yeah,
you could have given any of these third-party games to Keighley. Why give Factions to him? I never will understand that.
Yeah, I gotta say this too. Like, really, just from universally between it, it's not just Xbox guys, between PlayStation, Xbox, and everybody, like people watching the PlayStation showcase. I can't remember a first-party showcase from anybody that was this universally shat on. You're on mute, bro.
I thought I unmuted myself. I was going to say, like I said, no console lines in this one, right?
Yeah.
It was, like you said, universal. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
even the fanboys were like,
there's not a lot of defense out there. I see a couple people that liked it, but their examples are because it had great third-party games. So it's like, I think that we can look at it from that perspective, and we can, like I said, it's like, it was a fun showcase in that regard. First party showcase did not live up to expectations.
No, not at all. Oh, we didn't touch on Spider-Man 2. Let's touch on Spider-Man 2. I almost forgot. Spider-Man 2 obviously was the big prize, but everybody knew it was coming. Everybody was expecting it. Again, gonna be clear here, because I like to be transparent. I played Spider-Man 2018 on my PS4. I played it for a while. I played for probably like 15, 20 hours, somewhere in that neighborhood, if I remember. Meh. Again, I'm not the superhero guy, though. I knew why everybody thought it was fun. But for me, nothing grabbed me and said I had to keep playing it. And I do play superhero games, right? Midnight Suns, all superheroes, comic book style story. I love Midnight Suns, right? So it's not like I can't love it. Gone back and played Avengers recently, too. And I actually like some of the Avengers stuff. So that's just for transparency. But this here, Mav, we talked about it prior to even seeing it. What was Insomniac going to do to take a leap, or were they not? Was it going to be more of the same? And what I saw yesterday, there were certain aspects of it where I said, okay, that's, the faster swinging, the faster travel, the wingsuits, that kind of stuff, obviously using the power of the SSD, that kind of stuff was cool. But overall, it was more Miles Morales. What I've seen people playing of Miles Morales. Steele's played it, agreed. I think everybody on the panel who had played Spider-Man at some point agreed. It just looked more of that, which is fine because it's Spider-Man and because it's going to sell 20, 30 million copies anyways, because that's what PlayStation fans want. And I'm sure it's going to be high quality because it's Insomniac. I love Insomniac. I think they're one of the best devs out there. But it's not the leap. There was no co-op map. There was nothing that screamed to me like Jim had come out and said prior to the showcase, we built Spider-Man 2 from the ground up, right? No shortcuts, no expenses spared, right? Kind of deal. I didn't see that in this trailer. Now, some people claim this could be an older build. We've heard that before for other games. I just didn't see anything that went, oh, maybe I do want to play this one this time around, even if I had a PS5. I just saw more Spider-Man. That's what I saw, with obviously a cool storyline with Venom, in the symbiote suit. That was cool to see. Craven obviously was the big reveal yesterday, which was weird to me. What did you think about Spider-Man 2?
It looked like you said more Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Like, you could have said this was in certain situations. You could have said this is Miles Morales or Spider-Man 1, and I've been like, yeah, I believe you.
Yeah.
It wasn't a leap whatsoever. in any kind of way, period, to me. Like, aspects of it actually looked worse than Miles Morales. Water, horrible. Like, if you like
way up, it looked good.
Yeah,
you got close.
Yeah.
Damn.
So that's not everything, right? It's gameplay is most important, and story and stuff, and that's going to be going to be amazing in this game.
Yep,
but they
100%.
didn't like really show me like enough of like how this is a different kind of experience than the others. Like, I get the, you have the symbiote Spider-Man and stuff, and stuff like that. It's gonna be interesting with the story. It just wasn't enough there to give me that, oh shit, this is insane. Wow, like they really took Spider-Man to the next level with Spider-Man 2. And it just looked like a continuation of, and there's nothing saying that this is like PS5 only now, that this couldn't have been done before, so it looked great. It's going to sell like crazy, but it wasn't like mind-blowing. It was nothing like earth-shattering. It just kind of delivered what we expected.
I'm going to say this. I don't usually go down this road, but I'm going to say this. This feels like, to me, Mav, that Sony saw the hole in their lineup, in their roadmap in 2023 and told Insomniac, you got 2 years.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It kind of feels like in some ways it feels like it's kind of forced. Yeah.
Forced. Yeah, no, 100% completely agree with that statement, that this feels like a fill-in. And again, Insomniac, as good as they are, as great as they are, they're wizards, but you give them only 2 years, they're going to have to look at the situation and say, we can't push this. Like, we need to get this done so that Sony Corp has a game out in 2023 from our first party. It's a big one. It's going to sell like hotcakes no matter what we do, but we just don't have the time and to put that kind of work in it to take that next leap.
Make that wow factor leap. Yeah.
This game screams co-op. I think if they had the time, I think they would have put co-op in this game. Again, I think it's a huge, giant miss that there's no co-op in this Spider-Man. Like, that would have been one thing that set it apart from all the other stuff that they've done. And I think people would have gone crazy. As much as that community over there says, we don't care about co-op, just give us our single play. You guys would have drooled and fought over each other to get this game.
You saw two Spider-Mans on screen fighting together, controlled individually by two people, moves that work together, controlled by two people. Yeah, people would have been shitting all over themselves.
Oh my God, man. It would have been crazy.
Instead, they got these little like initiated, you probably initiate something and they kind of, tag team, moment, power up.
You're not going to be able to switch on the fly, right? You're not going to be able to switch on the fly. It's going to be moment to moment where all of a sudden, like we saw it.
We saw a lot of quick time events. It was quick time.
Yeah, we saw quick time events, but then we saw the call in, right? Like Miles calling.
He's at a different island.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you switch over. That's what it's going to be. And a ton of quick time events. I saw somebody post on Twitter today. I thought it was pretty funny. Said nothing I saw in yesterday's showcase, obviously taking a shot at Spider-Man 2 because of the quick time events, will top this. And he showed the Avengers scene that we saw when they were showing off Avengers with Black Widow, right? Fighting, I forget who she's fighting in that scene where they're flying through the air and she's on his back and she's punching him, right? And they're flying through the bridge and the bridge is breaking apart and there's trucks flying everywhere and there's all these broken stuff. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Again, gameplay wise, it's going to be spot on. It's going to be everything that they wanted and more when it comes to the gameplay, but it's not any leap at whatsoever. But does it need to be? Probably not. It's still going to sell like hotcakes. So
they're just counting on it. It's their golden ticket game right now. So,
it is. It is. Mav, real quick, let's do some journalism talk here.
Yeah, we got a super chat regarding that. Actually.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Jax82 with the $2.
Yeah.
Says IGN gave the showcase an 8 or 9. Ridiculous.
Yes.
They had a poll going asking people if it was an S tier.
Yeah, 30. According to, I forget her name. Apologies. According to one of the hosts, 31% of 12,000 people had said that it was S tier.
I wonder what the other percentages were.
I don't know. Like you message or like you super chatted dirt today. Maybe they thought it meant shit. Shitty showcase.
Yeah,
maybe that's
so.
what they were.
Poop.
Maybe that's what they're voting for.
Poop emoji.
Yeah. But that was a little weird. But yeah, let's get into this because I we've done so many of these rants. I've personally done so many journalistic rants. I love this stuff personally. I get upset and I go on rants because I think I can't believe that people are paid professionals that write some of this nonsense out here in this gaming industry. So that part of it upsets, but I'm also happy because they're just burning. They're burning through whatever last little bit of goodwill that they have. And more people are turning to YouTube. More and more people are turning to independent sites, from smaller creators to get their news. And there's a reason for that, because if you're anything outside of a casual, you look at this stuff and you can see through it from a mile away. And you realize how disingenuous and clickbaity this stuff is. We had one of our favorite sites to go to, Games Radar. They just cannot help themselves with a title that said, despite a few of the bigger titles not showing, the Sony showcase was near perfect. What?
Yeah.
What show did you watch?
According to who? Like not the public.
It's opinion based. I get that. Just like gaming reviewing is opinion based. So I understand. Person who wrote this could possibly believe that. Do I think that's a reality? No, because let's bring up the article that they posted prior to the showcase, Mav, in which the title was, all Sony has to do is show up for their showcase to keep Xbox on their heels.
Yeah. They forgot to show up. They didn't show up.
Oh, and then we got IGN, as was stated in the super chat. I watched their after show clips. I could not go on. I don't care what you're paying me, Mav. I could not go on camera if I was not allowed to specifically say what I liked or what I liked or disliked about a showcase, no matter whose showcase it was. I could not do that the way they do it over there. Again, maybe they're all being honest. If they're all being honest, then so be it. But I can't believe that you would say on camera, live during the TV show, saying, yeah, for me, for most of the show, it was a 7. And then they showed Foam Stars. And then it became a 9. And be serious about this, Mav. And be serious about this. That you went to a Sony showcase as a PlayStation fan, which obviously this person is. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm not going to name names, but this is the person that was wearing a PlayStation gold necklace on camera when he was talking bad about Xbox during one of their break videos or whatever they have. You can't tell me that you went to the Sony first party showcase and you were raised your score from a 7 to a 9 from a third party title from Square Enix that copies Splatoon. That pushed it up 2 whole points. And across the board, give that show, everybody on that panel, 8s and above. Actually, I think What's-His-Face gave it a 7, but the other 2 gave it 8s. Man, when we talk about media bias, and shout out to Randall Thor, he had a great video about this today too. When you talk about media bias, I think you and I are both in the camp that it exists, okay, to some degree.
Yeah.
Now, everybody argues about how much. I'm not in the camp that says it's prevalent throughout, but I'm definitely in the camp that says there is a group of individuals within the professional gaming journalism industry that definitely has it out for Xbox. I definitely think there is a certain group that cannot be neutral at all when it comes to Xbox. And when we see articles and shows like this that blatantly ignore, and again, this had nothing to do with Xbox per se, except for the one Game Rant title that I brought up, but this was so focused solely on the Sony stuff. But when you see them excuse a showcase in the manner that they've done and actually go out of their way to praise a showcase, that there is no way you as a Sony fan walked into that showcase and walked out and said, hell yeah, we got a Gran Turismo trailer. Hell yeah, we got CGI trailers for 2 of the brand new first party titles. Hell yeah, loved what I saw from Project Q and those PlayStation earbuds.
Man, did you say that Gran Turismo trailer was fire, bro?
Fire,
my
bro.
God. Yeah, giving the goods. Got so many great movies to see.
Listen, Mav, when you see this journalistic stuff come out after a showcase like this, now I can't wait because we're only a couple weeks away from the Xbox showcase, right? We can't wait to compare and contrast this shit after the Xbox showcase, right? That's what I can never wait for. We saw this with reviews recently where some games were forgiven for their bugs and other games were slammed for their bugs. So I can't wait to do this again when we get to see these articles from these certain places. But Mav, what was your overall thoughts on the journalism afterwards, man?
Yeah, it was interesting. But real quick, I got to give a shout out to Vik, who rejoined the channel as a member.
Thank you, Vik.
He's been a member for 1 year. And then also he gave his membership message says 2 out of 100, and my score went up when it finished. Wow.
Nice, Vik.
So it's becoming more, and we talk about this frequently, right?
Yes.
Because we also anticipated it. The closer that like Xbox was going to be with the ABK, you'd see more negative articles, different things, and whenever Xbox seeming like they're going to be coming up on something good, you see all these things come out trying to tear them down. You see PlayStation with a massive failure, and even the whole gaming community is all in unison on this thing. Yet, some of this games media is in their own world pushing that agenda still, with disregard to what the actual consumers are now. Like now, there's like this is one of the few times you can see there's like a big disagreement even between the PlayStation diehard community and that media that usually pushes that agenda, right? And even with this one, there's even a disconnect, and that's very rare to see. The blatant bias from articles that say that, I mean, they're not even trying to hide it anymore, guys. You know, like when you have an article that comes out and they say PlayStation doesn't even need, like, all they got to do is show up. Does that tell you everything you need to know about any of the other type of articles they might have coming out? And then when PlayStation barely does show up, they're like, this is almost a perfect show. It was just missing the big games. Like, isn't that what the showcases are all about? It's very surprising for me to see this train keep going with media. It especially despite recent events. Now it's like we have IGN coming out universally praising, claiming the community says it's S tier. I'm curious what the other percentages were on those votes, right? Asking the question right when Spider-Man 2 is probably also shown as well. Like, but then you even see the diehard PlayStation fans, that the MBGs, people like that are just completely one-sided mentalities, shit all over this thing. And you have the media have such a big disconnect between the diehard PlayStation audience, means that there's a disconnect with what the media is pushing versus what the actual fans want to see. And it's easy to see that they just want Xbox to fail. You can go back to several different instances in the past. And even there was another person on Twitter that came out and was talking about Xbox and their when is an Xbox game showing or coming or something like that, like acting like they don't have anything again. And that was from IGN. That was like a news editor or something. Like there's this blatant stuff, and it's gotten more and more blatant. It's getting more and more easy to see where this stuff used to exist still, but like it was more kind of under the surface. It seemed like
it was hidden.
Yeah, it was more hidden, but now it's more blatant, and they're not even trying to hide. They're not even trying to hide this shit. You know, it's just like the next article they're gonna have is just like Xbox sucks and PlayStation rules, no matter what they do. You know,
right?
None of them are talking about the lack of first party for this year for PlayStation. When that's all they do is still talk about the lack of first party for Xbox. When Xbox has like it's 5 times more games this year than PlayStation first party wise.
Yep.
Like to not ever bring up the issues with that a platform has is the problem. If you want to say, well, you know, keep it even, keep it, you know, we're going to criticize when criticisms due, you know, and we're going to praise when praises due. Well, keep it real then and do that shit across the board with your favorite platform as well.
Yeah.
Like, why can you not criticize PlayStation Showcase? Like, it makes me... I don't know what's going on with some of the big media sites, but it makes me really question some of the aspects of the business dealings, potentially, that there could be going on here. Either that, it's just blatant personal biases, or it's something else, right?
Correct.
It's one of the two, because they're not even hiding it now, right?
Right.
And we know how much that stuff matters to PlayStation based on their comments to this, what was it, the CMA or some, I can't remember who it was, when they talked about, well, if Digital Foundry like says that something's better on Xbox and PlayStation, we'll never recover. Right. Right. And it's like, what world do you live in? So they put a premium on that aspect. It makes you curious what is going on behind the scenes with some of these big media sites and PlayStation and Sony. Now, we all know that they all have their sponsors and advertising and all those kind of things. It just seems like maybe there's a strong partnership here potentially that they don't want to damage. And that's just calling it like I see it, because you can't have that showcase and have the diehard PlayStation fans shitting all over it and come out there and be like, yeah, what fucking awesome, you know, foam party, let's go, you know, Splatoon, I've been drawn to play that, but foam party, yeah, I'm gonna live out my rave dreams and splash people with fucking soap.
Foam stars.
And that's what I want from PlayStation. Yeah, let's fucking go, man. You know, that can't be really? Wait, is this the same people that say PlayStation's the place to get your God of Wars and your fucking that for Horizon Forbidden Wests, but now all of a sudden you want this other shit? I'm so confused about your personal taste, man, because you keep flip-flopping depending on what they want to show you. Now you're into bubbles, right? What were you into last week? Whatever they showed you, whatever they shoveled down your fucking throat and told you to advertise or promote on your channels or your media, your websites. I mean, you can't even talk bad about it. You can't even say anything negative. Come on, be real. If you want to keep it real, you want to give Xbox a criticism when they're due, like we have before, you know, for 2022. We're one of the few people that have been bringing up the first party issues here for PlayStation this year. Nobody's talking about it.
Nope.
After this showcase, I quote tweeted my other tweet and I said, anybody? Yeah. Or really? Yep. Are we still not seeing this? And what about 2024?
What's coming?
If we want to say, at least for 2024 with Xbox in 2023, we know that there's going to be games, right? Like, what do we know about PlayStation? Why is this not an issue? Where are the PlayStation games? PlayStation has no games. My fucking God, guys. Wait till happening. Next year. Oh, like PlayStation's turning into Xbox in 2022 and 2020. Oh my God, this is happening. None of that shit. Yeah. Nothing. It's just like PlayStation can do no wrong. They don't even have to show up to keep putting that pressure on Xbox. Oh my God, PlayStation's killing it. This amazing showcase with all these dumbass games like fucking foam bubble shits is amazing. I love it. And like we're just gonna keep eating this shit up and praise it because that's what makes it a fucking 9. Foam and bubble shits. Let's go. It's a 9 because of Foam Party. Yay!
It's Foam Stars, man. Please put respect on its name. Put respect on its name.
I ain't buying any foam bubble NFTs.
I love it. Chio Walker brought up a great point too in the chat. I just had it. Where'd it go? Where did Chio's go? Chio said even where did that go? God dang it, Chio. I just had you lined up. Telling you, I'm getting used to this, folks. You gotta bear with me here. There it is. What's even more upsetting is when someone points out the bias, influencer and journalist goes after them and tries to make that person is the biased one. Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
That.
I can't stand these fanboys always trying to defend their Xboxes or all this stuff. No, man, you just blatantly bias in fucking chats and your own channel talking shit about Xbox. Like you're a big media. IGN is the biggest games media site out there. As that, you have a level of responsibility to keep it real and report on facts and not want to shit immediately on something else that another company produces because you favor personally one. Like there's it's just shit. It's just shitty, man. It's shitty.
And
shitty.
When you write something, you know what the backlash is. We saw it this week in a different way, man. When a Kotaku, shocking Kotaku senior writer was trying to say that Xbox fans bullied the developer behind Inspector Gadget. And he posted screenshots of the tweets. And the tweets were seriously like, can we get an explanation of why this isn't going on Xbox?
Yeah.
Oh, this is sad that it's not coming to Xbox. And he said that was bullying the developer.
Yeah.
The decision.
Sad fanboys or sad gamers bully developer into putting game on play.
Oh my God. I saw you put sad tweet.
Yeah. I looked at it. I'm like, what is it? Who's bullying? Like the things, example, if you want to hunt for bullying examples, you could have probably found some, but like the examples he took is just like, excuse me, sir, can I please ask, are you going to be releasing this on Xbox anytime soon?
There was one in there that was a little harsh. That was it. It was stupid. It was stupid. He even brought Jez's into it. When Jez didn't even tweet at the developer, he was talking about the disappointment that developers would choose to put their game on everything but Xbox. And it was so easy for them to ignore Xbox. Jez was even talking to the developer, and he posted that as one of the toxic, one of the bullying tweets.
Ridiculous, man. Like, there's some kind of thing going on. I don't know what it is. These media people probably have meetings once a month, and it's like, all right, how can we make sure that Xbox doesn't get any slack here, guys? Let's talk about how do we make sure we keep them down and prop Sony up. Well, we got this PlayStation showcase coming. Oh, we're gonna like it no matter what. Okay, no matter what, even if the most diehard Sony enthusiasts shit all over it, we're still gonna prop it up because you know what? That's what we do. I don't have
pre-written articles like Games Radar, like, oh, they just got to show up. I can guarantee you they had that perfect one. Rand called it out too in his video that they had this pre-written. They were all ready to say it was a perfect showcase, but then when the showcase came and went, then they said, "Oh, we got to change the title a little bit."
Yeah,
but it's still close to perfect.
And come on, is it IGN stealing the Xbox thing and putting IGN on the bottom of it? And
that and the Metal Gear Solid, they erased IGN, took the Metal Gear Solid announcement, the one that was official from Konami, right? The Snake Eater announcement, took off all of the other platforms that the game's going to be on, and put their own text in there that said coming to PS5 because their article was about the showcase. That's how far out of the way they go to do this stuff. It's stupid. And again, it is disingenuous, and it is the state of journalism, not just in gaming, but across the board, that every single, no, I can't do that. Don't do that. A lot of journalists have decided that they now just are in social media. They're not journalists. They're writing articles for social media so they can be as biased and open about it as they want to and not give any air of neutrality. not do anything that journalism originally was. And again, we can have a totally different conversation about how honest journalism has ever been. But what I'm saying is, at least back in the day, there was some semblance of, even if I was a fanboy, I'm going to write an article that appears neutral as possible. Right. So now that's all gone out the window. I got to counterbalance this, map, because we just went on a rant about some of these people with another journalist who does take flack from time to time. Some people claim he's a fanboy from time to time, but he wrote a real article today, and that's Paul Tassi with Forbes. Personally, I like his writing. Personally, I don't have a problem with him. Do I always agree with him? No, of course not. I'm not going to agree with him all the time. Doesn't matter. I think overall he does a pretty decent job. But today his title was PlayStation showed too many Xbox games in its disappointing showcase. Now that's a real article. That's a real title. That's not clickbaity at all. He didn't say it was the most awful showcase he's ever seen. Disappointing showcase, and showed too many Xbox games. And he actually talked about what I wanted to end this on, Mav. I know we were supposed to end this already, but we have to get to the power move, to the absolute fantastic fatality that the Xbox social media team had on the showcase yesterday. Something that we've talked about here, Mav, as a part of the marketing. Do what Sony does to you. Come back with them. And that's what Paul Tassi's article was about. In part was the tweet from Xbox directly after the show, Mav, that we talked about yesterday in our live reaction show. They tweeted out, good looking group of games, right? What a good looking group. And then they put 12 of those titles that Sony had just shown off in their showcase, and put a big coming to Xbox block right to the left-hand side, and showed all of those.
Love to see it.
This is what you do, Mav. This is what you take advantage of, a weakness that your competition just showed, and you also take the power away from these journalists who want to go out here and try to write articles like all these third-party games were coming to PlayStation 5 and never mention that they're multi-plat. And that's all done on purpose. You take all of that away, because that thing, I don't know what it's currently at. Let me see where I can see what it's currently at.
It blew up majorly.
It blew up. Let's see here. 56,500 likes, 9,204 retweets right now, 5,775 quote tweets out of that. And I think, can I see the impressions? I don't know if I can see the impressions. Can I see the impressions? I forget. Oh, yes, there it is right there. 9.5 million views, Mav. And
Wow.
Rand pointed this out in his video today, that tweet from Xbox has more views than any of the Sony tweets from their own showcase.
Wow.
That's how you control a narrative, man. What'd you think about when we brought this up?
I mean, we talked about this kind of stuff before, about like, Xbox not having that go for it attitude sometimes when it comes to things, they've done stuff like this before, and the social media team's been on top of things at different times.
Yes.
And it seemed like they were ready to go here. They smelt the blood in the water, right? And they saw all these games. I could imagine the social media team just like waiting there to see. Maybe they knew what's going to be there. I don't know, but like watching it, just with their like sitting there in Canva or whatever they're using to do their little image, and then just dragging box art. Okay, this one's coming to us. This one's coming to us. So, okay, let's put it out there, and that thing just blowing up, right? Because putting the reality check on everybody. Those games are coming to Xbox. You know what I mean? And
correct.
And it kind of caught fire with the momentum of what was happening because of the disappointment from a lot of PlayStation fans about the lack of first-party games at the showcase. So
correct.
It was a clever move by them, and I think that it's something that's good to see for them. That's that kind of fighting mentality, a little bit passive aggressive in a way, kind of, right? And I hope they take that mentality all the way into the showcase.
So do I. So do I. Again, shout out to the Sony fanboys who even gave this tweet respect. There was some who were like, "Oh, they should console warring." They did but there was plenty of them that were quote tweeting and going, "Got to give it to Xbox on this one."
Yeah,
this is a Sony move right here. Like this is what you do when you come to play. So yeah, no, I had to give that a shout out. Shout out to Omi Tony. Says, "What's up, Pong and Mav? I'm traveling late night drive again after a game dev presentation. Thanks for the entertainment." Omi Tony, shout out to you. Have a safe drive, especially if it's late night there. Love to know what kind of game dev presentation you were at. Interesting, Omi Tony. But shout out to you, brother. Thanks for listening. All right, Mav. We have now crushed that whole showcase. We are now 2.5 hours in already, man.
Wow.
We just
really?
Yes, it's 9 o'clock already, bro.
No way.
Yep. Killing it, man. Killing it.
Shout out to the chat. You guys
shout
rock.
out to the chat who's been here. Yeah, man. If you are enjoying it, please hit that like button. Again, the business stuff is what it is, but it helps the logarithm. It helps Mav's Fun Speculation Network continue to grow here. So if you can, hit that like button. If you haven't and you got a chance, share it out. If you would like, it does help us and goes a long way. You guys have been huge in the momentum that Fun Speculations channel has been having over the past couple months, especially. It's been crazy on top of all the hard work that he and Caitlin put into this. So thank you all for doing that and appreciate you. What should we get into, Mav? Jeez, oh man. Cheese and rice. What should we do here? We got
there's so much stuff to talk about.
There is a bunch of little stuff today. Well, listen, we'll talk about this quickly. It's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but we got to point out a couple things here. There was another showcase today, Mav. There was the Warhammer Skull showcase.
Yeah.
And again, Warhammer is one of those IP that you don't realize
how big it is.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't realize how big the community between the tabletop, between the miniature paintings, between all the video games, between the books. Netflix obviously has a show coming out about it. This is one of those under the radar. This has been around since I was a kid. Like I remember walking into like a Schindler's, right? And looking at the D&D section. Right next to the D&D section would be the Warhammer section. And then you would have the miniature painting section, and the miniatures were expensive. Even back in the day, they were expensive. Warhammer's always been around. I haven't read the lore. I want to get into the books at some point. I haven't read it, but video game wise, I love the Warhammer. Yes, much of it's AA, but I'm a AA fan through and through. But the more that they've made, Mav, the more the years have gone on and its video game has grown, so has the Warhammer kind of the amount of content showing up. And it's actually starting to get some really, really high quality stuff now. There's some big money behind Warhammer. Xbox has a fantastic relationship with the Warhammer series. They brought a ton of the games to Game Pass. It is just an awesome series. And of course, now that I got a PC, I got access to even more Warhammer because a lot of Warhammer games are on PC.
Yeah.
There's 4X strategy Warhammer games I just found out today, Mav. There's like all sorts of stuff I never even knew. But Warhammer Skulls is their yearly showcase that they do where they announce stuff. And there was a few things I want to highlight in here. First of all, Space Marine 2, a game that a lot of us, if they ever played Space Marine 1 on the 360, never thought would see a sequel. But Space Marine 2 is probably the biggest budget Warhammer game, if I had to guess, from the sheer look of the quality of what they're doing here. Space Marine 2 got a new trailer today. And I all you Gears fans out there, if you haven't checked out Space Marine 2 yet, go get this on your radar. Go watch this trailer. This is going to fill a void for a lot of people, I think, Mav, between now and Gears 6. Because this game looks unbelievably cool. Blood everywhere, of course, in a Warhammer game. But man, does it have a lot of Gears stuff to it. But that's the Warhammer universe, too. The Warhammer universe is that dark, gritty, there's different universes, but this one specifically with the Space Marines, it's very dark and gritty. It's got the alien aspects to it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch this trailer today, Matt?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely awesome. Looking forward to it.
So
There's a lot of stuff at the show that
yep.
that they're it's awesome franchise, and this is one I didn't really ever play Warhammer
Coming Game
games.
Pass date too, Mav.
Yes, which one's Game Pass date?
Space Marine 2.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So that one's gonna be the biggest one.
Yes, that's the biggest one.
I think it's gonna that game's probably gonna take the Warhammer franchise and the name a little bit further than it's been, because like it's still got a lot of players and stuff, and it's way bigger than people realize, but it's still not, I wouldn't say like mainstream. So, a game like Space Marine 2 has ability, I think, to pull that kind of weight. Once people start getting more looks at it and all that.
Mav, can you bring the trailer up?
Yeah, let me go to the DMs.
Bring the trailer up.
I was actually watching the Twisted Metal style game.
Yes, the one that's next, bro. I can't wait.
Yeah, let me bring it up here.
Bring it up so people can see it. So if you're watching, Mav's gonna bring up the Space Marine 2 trailer. It's, oh my god, it's just crazy, man. Xbox is tweeting this out, of course, because it's coming to Game Pass day and date. But if they polish this game and this comes out in a good form, this game, like you said, could be the one that pushes them forward, right?
Yep, for sure.
Because it has so much of the aesthetic that people are looking for that we miss out of Gears.
Pulling it up right here. There you go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, everybody take a look at this. We'll watch this together. Mav's covering himself up. I love it. Focus Entertainment is obviously the publisher. They, again, have a great partnership with Xbox, a great relationship, and Saber is doing the development work.
I mean, it's great. I mean, the gameplay looks solid, man. The footage looks crisp. Like,
look at, just watch the kills. Look at the blood flying. I mean, this is just such, it's so incredible.
Is this recorded on the PC, I'm assuming?
Yes, this would be PC, but I'm assuming with this, look at that. My God.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that it's going to be close to what we're going to expect on Series X for sure. No, it's got the Xbox. Did you pull it up off the Xbox site?
Yeah, this is on Xbox.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
On Xbox's YouTube.
Yep. But just look at the world. Look at the scope of some of these locations. Look at the mass of aliens. I mean, this reminds me total of Gears. I mean, I just can't wait for that one. Looking so good, man. Looking so good. Oh my God. And then Luis Jose, Henry Cavill is doing it's Amazon. Sorry, I said Netflix. My apologies. I just realized my mistake. Thank you, Luis Jose. You're always in chat correcting me. I appreciate that. You're like my younger brain for me. It was Amazon that's doing the Warhammer series. And yes, it's Henry Cavill, who is a huge Warhammer fan. He's a huge nerd, which is awesome. I love Henry Cavill even more for it. Matt, bring up the see if you can bring up the Speed Freaks one.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's another link here. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, because the other one goes to Steam, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So the next one we're going to talk about here in the Warhammer kind of releases today is this game called Speed Freaks, and you're going to notice the difference in quality here. It's totally different aesthetic as well, but this is what I'm talking about. Warhammer has got some of the most unique uses of the IP because it's completely flexible to pretty much any style of game. Like, again, if you don't know the lore, you won't understand all of it. But my God, this Speed Freaks is Twisted Metal in Warhammer. This one caught me totally off guard. It's only right now, it's only coming to PC, but I can see this game completely 100% coming to console at some point. This looks absolutely fun. This is not going to blow your minds. It's not going to be mind blowing, but again, for us Twisted Metal fans that haven't had anything, this looks awesome.
Yeah.
And I can't wait.
Yeah, it's a game. We didn't get Twisted Metal at the PlayStation Showcase. That was a heavily rumored game because, we know we're getting that show, the Twisted Metal show or whatever.
We thought that might be
so
there, right?
There was some anticipation that maybe they're doing Twisted Metal. Instead, we get this today, the day after the showcase. Right? So here's your Twisted Metal for you guys. And this looks fun. I hope it comes to consoles.
Yes. I will be trying it out on PC at some point because this is right up my alley. Like I said, I've been missing Twisted Metal for a long time. This is just looks so much fun.
Yeah,
I can't wait. Look at the big machines. You watch an orc on a missile. Like it's just, oh my god. Again, sometimes Warhammer can be 100% some of the deepest lore in the world. Literally, if you read some of the books, I've read some excerpts from them. I've looked at some of their their information guides that they have on the Warhammer universe. It can be one of the most complex lores that you've ever read, including religion and all sorts of stuff. And then they can go and do stuff like this, right? I think it's just so much fun. And then the last one that I want to bring up here, Mav, unless you have anything else you want to bring up from Warhammer Skulls, is we are getting, yes, folks, you're here with PM and the PM. You're here with Pong and Mav and the PM. You know what Mav and I like by this point. So you know what we're going to highlight. We are getting another RTS out of the blue, set in the Warhammer franchise, coming from Frontier Games. Realms of Ruin is coming to console and PC. They're going to have gameplay in June from this. I watched the little developer. If you watch the whole entire Warhammer Skulls, they do talk to the developers of this game, and they actually do wind up showing some gameplay. But they are so passionate about this project. They are so into this RTS and this world and the details that they're going to. They're actually taking the miniatures and they're actually modeling everything in game based upon the miniatures in every detail. This game, this RTS could be one that stands out this year. It is coming in this year, 2023, to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. Man, this looks so cool, man.
Yeah, I want some information on this one. I need to look some stuff up because it's coming this year. They said that there's a gameplay showcase reveal in June. So looking forward to that. But I want to know how big of an RTS it is. Like, I personally more like the Command and Conquer-esque Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle Earth, that scope of things, right? With RTS, I like base building, but I'm not as much into the grand strategy.
Sure.
Games,
no, this is not this looks, Mav. And again, I'll tell you, go back and watch the End of the Skulls thing where they show this off for the first time, because they do go behind the scenes. It looks more like a classic RTS, but they said they are bringing in different elements. They talk about some of it that is going to differentiate it from other RTSs, but it does look like more of that close quarters, base building, smaller teams, because they talked about how you can zoom out, but then you can zoom way in, and they zoomed way in, Mav, and you were like on the battle, like you were there. So I think it is definitely going to be one of those that you enjoy. So
sweet.
Looks so good though. Yeah. 4 faction, squad based, smaller teams. Yeah. PixelBitG just called it out. Yep. So, Warhammer Skulls. You can go check out the whole showcase that they did today. They had a bunch more stuff in there, a ton of stuff. There's another update coming for Darktide. If you guys are playing it on PC, there's another update coming for that. I tried to get into Darktide. I've tried multiple times, and there's this back end server error that keeps popping up. And I looked online, and everybody says, "Yep, it's just their servers." So you just got to keep trying, and eventually, sometime, maybe you'll be able to get in. I'm like, "Oh, great, no." So, but they're coming out with a new update. But there's a ton of stuff announced during this showcase. It was about an hour and 20 minutes or hour and a half. So lots of Warhammer coming. So wanted to give that some highlights there for people who don't necessarily look at those games. Can't wait. We talked about it earlier in the show. If you guys are just joining us now, if you guys didn't hear, breaking news, Alone in the Dark launches October 25th. Out of the blue, they dropped this about an hour and a half ago. And the prologue, Grace in the Dark, is now available for free on all systems. So go check that out. Mav, the Starfield.
Hold on. There's one more Warhammer thing.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. I asked if you wanted anything else.
Yeah, I forgot. I forgot.
Sure.
I forgot about this.
Yeah.
Power Wash Simulators getting Warhammer content.
Oh my God, I was gonna bring that up. I forgot. Yes. Oh my God, that's what all you Power Wash fans. Yes, Warhammer DLC coming to Power Wash. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Did you watch it? I didn't even watch it.
No, I've been putting off going back into Power Washer for a while. Yeah. I'm letting all this extra content that keep coming out with accumulate. And once it does, there's like gonna be 3 or 4 amazing new things for me to get into. So they've already done Tomb Raider, Final Fantasy, I think. Now
this is the weirdest
now
one
Warhammer.
This is
fucking so cool, man. Love it. You know where to
That's
see
awesome.
this stuff coming in a million years.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and Eastside Vandal correctly says that bolt gun, Warhammer bolt gun, if you guys like the Mav talked about in the beginning of the show in his intro, if you guys looking for that old school Doom game, and I'm talking about the graphics and everything, go look at bolt gun right now, because that is out and available. ACG had a really good review of it. If you need to kind of take a look at it, as ACG always does, he breaks down the positives and the negatives that are with the game, but overall he really had a good time with bolt gun. So that is out now. Again, Warhammer, I've got so many Warhammer games I have to play yet. And like I said, with the PC, I just expanded that library by about double or triple. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Whatever genre you're looking for, pretty much Warhammer covers. Like it like almost literally almost. So go check that out.
This whole thread between IGN and Stein is absolutely hilarious right now. And I don't know if you saw Stein's comment.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he said he replied to IGN. He commented on IGN's thing where they put Sony may have revealed a ton of games, including Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake at its PlayStation Showcase, but Microsoft has taken to Twitter to make clear that a dozen of them are also coming to Xbox. So that was an IGN post.
They did Xbox a favor with that. I did see that.
I agree. Stein says, y'all know a quote retweet is easier than editing and watermarking an asset, right? So
IGN's actually responding. They're actually going back and forth.
No, they didn't respond. At least not that I know of. But Axe did. Axe just put 2 dead emojis.
You like the
Axe,
body spray?
The body spray.
Right, bro.
This is blowing up.
The world of social media, like,
it's amazing.
The social media managers for all these companies have gotten crazy. Like I don't understand it. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I love people coming after IGN now. This is so great. Axe body spray with the dead emojis towards IGN.
Like who's the social media manager over at Axe Body Spray that he's looking at IGN posts or she's looking at IGN posts? That's freaking hilarious.
I don't know. Stuff gets around, I guess.
I guess.
Media guys.
My God, that's funny. Oh my God, that's good stuff. All right. Shout out to Stein, by the way. He's been doing great.
Well,
so
I mean, Stein's tweet. I mean, he's already got 231 retweets.
Oh, I'm sure,
which is more than the IGN article got.
Yep.
IGN article had 150, IGN's tweet had 158 retweets. Stein's has 232 retweets and 36 quote tweets. And Stein has 2,200 likes on his, and IGN's only has 1,200.
Jesus.
So he just completely ratioed IGN, and then got now other social media brands are hopping on that. It's absolutely hilarious, man.
That's good stuff. All right, Mav. What was I going to just get into? Oh, yeah. The Starfield. So Starfield, we had these rumors of a controller and headset limited edition that have been gaining speed. And there was some screenshots of the controller, which is stunning. Like, this controller is on my list, Mav. I don't collect controllers. I don't do that. I use my controllers until they wear out. But I gotta say that if this is real and it's becoming more and more IdleSoft, shout out to IdleSoft. He posted a link to D Labs magazine, which seems to be some type of high-tech equipment kind of site.
Sounds like an old school porno mag.
Yeah, I know. Deal Labs. Yeah.
Oh, Deal Labs? I thought you said D Labs.
No, Deal Labs. Sorry. It looked like the Labs, but no, it's Deal Labs. But anyways, they did a whole article. It's in French. So I'm not going to read it to you, but they confirm in here that both the controller and the headset are real. They show pictures of the controller that we saw that people were wondering if it was real. So day by day, this gets more and more like it's going to be a reality. And again, I said from the beginning that controller was way too detailed to be fake. Obviously, nowadays, anybody can do anything. But I just said whoever did it, if they meant to make a fake, went to a hell of a job. They did a hell of a job doing it, because this looks like official stuff. Like, I would buy this controller. So controller is supposedly going to be priced at $79.99, and the headsets are going to be $124.99. So $80 and $125 US. Mav, you're going to get either one of these or both of them? Because we haven't seen the headset really yet.
I want I want it. I need another Xbox headset, like my other OG Xbox wireless one for this generation. The cuff broke off of it. Piece of shit.
Oh yeah, I remember you just picked them up and it fell off.
Yeah, the cuff just like broke off. The plastic is broken. Don't know. Have any idea how that happened?
Sounds like a mysterious kid gremlin.
Maybe.
I had that happen back in the day. Plenty.
Then I have stick drift on some of my controllers now as well. So I'm always in the market for something new, and I would like to get one of these. How much are they again?
$80 for the controller and $125 for the headset.
Yeah. So maybe. We'll see.
I'm for sure getting the controller. I think if it's this controller that we've been seeing, and again, if you need to see the screenshots, you can look it up underneath Idle Sloth. It's gorgeous. It is absolutely like the perfect Starfield controller for me. So I can't wait. So yeah, that'll definitely be on my list of things to get. Both of them are supposedly going to be limited edition, and this article went on to say that they will be announced at the June 11th, obviously Starfield Direct. I can imagine we're going to get the special edition, the game special edition. We'll probably get these announced. And if there is, there you go, Mav, you put that up. Perfect. And if there is an Xbox Series X or S or both Starfield consoles, I think we'll get those announced as well there. So yeah, it's going to be big.
That's a good call.
That controller. Yeah. That controller is just so fantastic, man. Even the details in the battery. Scroll down a little bit, Matt. There's a second set if you're on Idle Sloth's tweet. Are you on Idle Sloth's tweet?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to it. Okay, here we go.
There's inside the battery controller is the little detail that I said, man, if somebody made a fake like this, I want to know who, because I'll order one, because all these little details are just awesome for all into the Starfield. It's amazing.
Yeah. Let me I'll scroll
bring it
through
up.
these pictures.
Yeah. Right there.
Yeah. Right there.
Yep.
Got another one.
Yep.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, Jay, there will be a collector's edition. We've seen that leak already. We talked about that. My God, was that like a year and a half, 2 years ago, man? We talked about that when the watch plans came out. Look at that. Look at that inside of that. Oh man, I want that so bad. But yeah, there will be a collector's edition. It's going to be the well, again, not 100%. Take it with a salt. But we all kind of seen things. It's going to be the case that you saw in the original trailer that was on the shelf, the Starfield kind of space case, kind of like a, whatever carrying case or whatever it was that opens up. And then we believe inside will be the Starfield watch. It's a smartwatch. They've got the patents have been out there. We've got the full instructions manual has been posted if you want to go find it. But the smartwatch will be the big part of that. I don't know if the game will be included or not. I'm assuming there will also be some kind of small art book or the soundtrack from Enon Zur. I would imagine will also be included with that. So can't wait. Cannot wait. All right. Covered that. All right, man. Let's see what else we got. We talked about Mirage already. What else should we talk about? What else you got on your list, man? Have you got anything on your list? Again, I slid in here way late, guys, way hot. So apologize. I don't have everything.
I'm just lost in Twitter right now.
Are you lost in Twitter? Oh my God. Yeah. Motorsport, man. Motorsport. We got the official cover. It was actually in classic Xbox fashion. They sent out their email to everybody talking about the future Game Pass games and like exciting times ahead. And they just so happened to put the unreleased Forza Motorsport game cover in there.
Yeah.
And said, coming soon, Forza Motorsport. Turn 10 and Xbox hadn't officially announced that cover yet. So shout out to that team. I'm sure they got some calls. But Forza Motorsport today, as Mav talked about when we were talking about Xbox Showcase, put out a tweet and said, we're excited to confirm your Forza Motorsport cover cars meet the stunning, and this is important to Fuzzy. Shout out to Fuzzy if he's listening.
Yeah.
Fuzzy, always in his racing sim games, and this is a problem that he has with Gran Turismo. They don't have newer cars or very limited. And he said, Forza better have newer cars. Well, we know we're getting at least two because they've got the 2023 #1 Cadillac Racing V Series R. on there. And then they've got the 2024 Corvette E-Ray, both on the cover. Tune into the Xbox Game Showcase on June 11th for an up-close look at the cars and see a full walkthrough, as Mav has said before, a full walkthrough of our single-player career gameplay during Forza Monthly on June the 13th. See you at the starting line. Great-looking cover. Two great cars.
That's something we could talk about a little bit if you want to.
Go ahead.
Like, Forza career.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, we kind of talked about this.
What do you want to see?
Well, I've said this before that Gran Turismo still does certain things better than Forza, not gameplay wise, none of that stuff. Forza is leaps and bounds ahead. I said Forza's been well above Gran Turismo for a long time, but there's some things that Gran Turismo still does that I would like. And I agree with Mav from this point. I give him a hard time about it, but I would like the option to have a hardcore career mode like Gran Turismo makes you do, in which you don't get a whole boatload of cars up front, in which you do have to buy a used car or start out with a terrible car, and you have to work your way up through the classes. You have to earn your licenses by racing, and that's how you proceed through your career. So I definitely would like to see that. There's some finer touches throughout the menus and that kind of stuff. I would like Forza to redesign a lot of their menus and streamline a lot of stuff. They've done better, but I still think that there's something about Gran Turismo in their menu system and how they how they present everything that is somewhat a classier feel that I do like. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be for everybody, but I do like that. That's my own personal taste. But career mode, Mav, I agree with you. I would like a hardcore mode. Give people the option for accessibility. I don't want them forced into it. If somebody wants to walk into Forza and have a choice of, 15, 20 cars out the gate and they're just throwing cars at you. That's cool. But give us hardcore guys a choice to play it a different way. That's what I would like to see, Matt. How about you?
Yeah. I want the grind.
Yeah.
And I don't want the grind as just unlocking more tracks. I want the grind of starting with an okay car, something that, an everyday person could get, work at it, fix it up, have to do multiple races to get good with, what I mean? Like really get into that car and upgrade it over time. And then eventually, guess what? You make enough money, you can finally buy a new one. It's a tough choice. What do you want to get? Right? You got this money. This avenue of tracks is gonna open to you if you do this. This avenue of tracks is gonna open if you do this one.
Good night, Talos. Good night, Simple Jackson. Have a good one.
Good night, guys. What path do you want to take? What kind of racer do you want to be? Right? What do you want to focus on right now?
Yep.
I want this aspect of you really forging a path as a racer with the cars of building it up over time, as opposed to what it's become where it's like, okay, you do races, cool. They're throwing cars at you left and right. You get lots of stuff. You already got like crazy high level cars you could race in, and you're just waiting to unlock those tracks. It's kind of what it's been recently and stuff, and unlocking that class. But you already got the cars. Like, I want to work for the cars. I really do. I understand, like, we got hundreds of cars in those games, but you know how they answered the question for that before without the career is they just gave you a separate arcade mode where you could just pick any car you want in the game and race on the tracks. If you just want a hot lap and pick these cars and race all that stuff. But I want to like have this sense of like caring about the car as opposed to just having a car.
Mm-hmm.
As I don't know, it's just a me thing, right?
Yep.
Actually, Need for Speed Unbound does it very well.
Mm-hmm.
I really found that they did a good job with that game and kind of making you work towards that and stuff. You know what I mean?
Except you were delivering in a R32, and then you had to start racing with a worse car.
Right. They get but they gave you a taste.
Right,
They gave you a
right.
taste, and then you had to start from the bottom and
Scratch.
work your way
Yeah,
up again.
yeah.
But like
Yeah, no, that's
there's certain
awesome. Yeah, no.
aspects to it that I would like to see, and I'm hoping we get that. No, we'll see.
Yeah.
They did say they're focusing more on like the performance racing aspects here with this game and stuff, because I think that's honestly I'm talking about from my perspective what I want.
Right.
I think most people want these supercars and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So
absolutely. For
me,
accessibility, I'm still fine.
I took a picture the other day because I was driving down the street and I was like, holy shit, what year is it? What year is it right now? Because I was right next to a pristine Celica GT4 and a Supra back to back. Like looked like they were fucking brand new. Right?
Do you know how rare that Celica GT4 is, by the way?
It's insanely rare. And then the Supra was imported. It was because the guy was driving on the right side.
He paid a lot of money for that.
Yeah,
when he bought
and they were lined up 1, 2, and I looked at Kate. I was like, and they looked fucking gorgeous, like new cars still.
Right.
And I was like, man, these things hold up today. Like that could be at a dealership. I would go buy it. Like if it was a new car, like both of them. Oh my God. Those, and I mean, and not just like Japanese cars too, but like the Mustangs, like the Mustang 5.0, like GT, like 1993 or 2 or whatever, I love racing in these cars that are more like everyday people can own them and work on them and upgrade them and tune them and stuff to be like fast and stuff. And I guess that's because I grew up in the street racing days. You know what I mean? When that was like really popular. Then when they made the Fast and Furious movies, it was inspired by that era.
Masshole said the Fox body Mustang. Yep.
A classic. That's the Vanilla Ice Mustangs.
Yep. my buddy had a brand new black one, man. That I taught him how to drive a stick.
That was a fucking great car. Then they had, the more longer one that was good too, between like 94 and 98, And you know what my first car was, Pong Soul, in 1999 as a 16-year-old?
I do, because you told me, but go ahead.
A brand new 1999 Mustang. My parents were crazy enough to actually go out and get that.
Stupidest thing in the world to give a kid.
I know. I drove that thing like it was stick shift too. It wasn't a GT. I didn't have a V8, but I had a V6, a stick shift.
No, it was plenty.
It was fun. Definitely had my fun in that car.
Yeah. Wait, who had it? Oh, Expert. You had the Celica GTS in '85. I had my first car was an '84 GT hatchback Celica. Right. So that was my first car. And then I had an 82 Celica GT hatchback, but that thing had been stored. So when I got it, it only had 50,000 miles on it. Thing was pristine. And I drove that forever too, as well. So then I wound up later on getting a 90 GT Celica at 1.2, which was my winter car when I had my 84 300ZX. That was my favorite car.
300Z.
I had a 300Z 84. It was actually an 83 and a half.
Did you have the T-top on it?
Absolutely. I had the T-tops. The only thing I didn't have was the turbo. It wasn't the turbo digital package, right? So that's the only thing I didn't have, but it was, best car, straight 6, man, small car. That thing, oh man, I had so much fun in that car. Oh God, I miss those days.
And that's the kind I like that kind of thing. Like, man, those cars are fun to drive, So B class, they call it in Forza a lot of times, That's where I live, man. I live in the B class, maybe upgrade it to A class, you know what I mean? And I love that, living in that world. You take me into the S classes and stuff like that. It's fun, it's crazy, but like I could never see myself actually driving that car. Right. One of the favorite ones was like they had a Impreza. I think this was the Impreza. It was the Tommy Kyra M20B Subaru Impreza, and it was like the B class car to hot lap in and stuff. In Forza 2, I think. Just those kind of things, man. I miss those days, like with Forza and how they really made you care about that stuff. So that's what I want them to get back to. Anyway, we'll see. On the 13th, they're gonna go deep dive into the career mode. So. Yeah,
that's what we were just talking about. Vik The CLiCK. That's what Mav saw, right? The all-track turbo.
Yeah.
the GT4.
Yeah.
That
I
such
saw
nice
that
cars.
first, and I was like, "Holy shit,
Yep.
is that an old pristine CLiCK?" Like I was like looking at it, I was like, "Man, that was like one of my." I had the
Right.
Mustang, you know, but there was
Yep.
other cars I really respected and wanted, and I really
Yep.
wanted to drive and stuff. And that was one of them. I really wanted a CLiCK, right?
Yep.
I also wanted an Eclipse, GSX.
Yep.
Back then, I
Of
wanted a
course.
CLiCK. I
I
wanted.
tried to before my buddy got his Mustang. I tried to talk him. We were looking at Talon TSIs
Yeah.
and GSXs.
Oh, the Talon. Yeah. Eagle.
Yep. Some dealership was crazy enough to let him and I take the TSI out
Really?
alone without the dealer, right?
Yeah.
Because his parents had money, obviously. So when we walked in and we said, "Oh no, his parents are going to pay cash for this," and so
Wow.
the dealer's like, "Okay, fine, you can take it out."
My sister had an Eclipse.
Oh god.
It was she had a black Eclipse. It wasn't a GSX or it wasn't anything like that,
Yeah.
you know, but like
Right.
it
Yeah.
was I think it was a 97
Yeah.
or 95, I think. Anyway, it was one of the best body style years for the Eclipse.
Yep.
It was black, it was gorgeous, but I
miss flip up headlights. I want flip up headlights, man.
Yeah.
I miss those days. almost on a 91 Supra T roof. Oh my god.
Oh,
Me
really?
and the ex-wife. Yeah, but we took it over to my dad. It looked gorgeous, white, blue interior, looked gorgeous, right? Low miles on it. Took it to my dad. He pulled up the carpeting, flood damage. The dealer didn't tell us.
Wow.
So we had to turn it down.
Damn.
I know.
Yeah, I wanted to hop in one of those cars I saw the other day. I had to take a picture. You know.
Bad Juju 2006 Impreza WRX tuned. Fun car. Yes. It was Impreza.
You know, you go to car shows, or you see car shows, you see it passing by the road. Usually you don't see those cars anymore, right?
No.
You know, you see like the hot rods, or you see like,
you see the Chargers, you see
and,
the muscle cars now. The new muscle cars are all back.
Those are
we didn't have them. I was just talking about that. We didn't have those, so that's when the Japanese tuners started coming over, and it was such a big scene in Japan. That's where our generation, that's when Fast and Furious hit, you know, was because of that car scene we didn't have, because the American cars sucked at the time. It was terrible. Like they were all shit. I mean, unless you know, IROC Z's or what, you know,
it was all muscle horsepower.
Yeah.
You know,
but it wasn't anything really cool. Right. And then the Japanese tuner scene started showing up, and dealerships actually started bringing them out. And you had the 300ZX turbos, you had the Supra twin turbos, you had all these cars. That was ours. Like that was okay. Now that's what I want. And that's how I wound up getting my Evo, was because I was looking at all that stuff, and I watched Tommy Makinen drive his Evos, you know, in rally racing. And I was like, that was my car. Like, so crazy.
Masshole says 1999 Honda Prelude. My buddy had a I think it was a 90. It could have been a 99 or it could have been 97 or 98. I don't remember what year, but you know, we rode a lot in that car too. That was awesome. Preludes were great.
One of my dream cars when I was 16 was 88 Prelude.
Yeah.
Yellow with the 4-wheel steering on it. Mm-hmm. That's what I always wanted, man. They were so big back then.
I had a buddy had a Prelude. I had a buddy had an Integra. You know, and then I had a buddy had a
R. Did he have an Integra R?
It wasn't an R. No, he wanted an R. I knew a guy that had a Del Sol that he like tricked out and like put all these fucking crazy horsepower and shit on and body kit and stuff. Then there was another friend that had a Neon SRT.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
America's try at the Japanese culture.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, God,
I remember that when that car came out, he got it. It was all-wheel drive and everything. You know. But yeah,
Alvin, I hear you. Alvin says he was a giant Sasquatch of a guy and never felt comfy in them. That's why he got the Japanese cars. Yeah, my stepdad was 6'4" and about 250, 260. Him trying to get in my cars was hilarious because he was a mechanic, so you'd be working on them. He had the hardest time getting in and out of them.
Remember the Beretta?
Oh yeah, the Beretta, of course.
One of my best friends had a Beretta. And he would before I had my car, he would take me home from school every day, and we'd listen to like Vanilla Ice and MC Hammer. And the Beretta.
Of course.
Like that. Oh, it was so funny. Anyway.
Oh, I remember I had to rent a car after an accident on one of my CLiCKs. No, I can't remember what accident was, but I wound up getting a teal Beretta.
Really?
I roll around, roll around in that thing.
Nice. Old men talk about old cars.
Yep. Honda S2000, another car.
I remember the year that came out. Everybody talking about the RPMs, you know.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. I raced a turboed S2000
Yeah.
in my Evo. Stoplight to stoplight downtown in one of our cities. Stoplight to stoplight to stoplight. Man, it was crazy. We were having so much fun.
I never streamed. Never.
Uh, Never, ever. All right.
Don't do it.
Let's see.
Bad.
What else? Do we have anything else to go through, man? What else you got on topics?
I think that's it, man.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
had a
know.
great show.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a great show. I'm sure there's a couple of smaller topics out there still, but I think we covered the big ones, obviously, which was huge. Trying to think if there's anything else that we really need. Diablo, a week from now, folks.
Yep.
Listen, they are going all. Shout out to Blizzard. Shout out to the Diablo team specifically. Blizzard, like we talked about, Overwatch 2 is messing things up, but the Blizzard or the Diablo team themselves are just absolutely crushing it with the transparency, with talking to the fan base, getting gamers excited. This worldwide marketing campaign that they have going on right now, Mav, that they've been posting on Twitter is insane. I'd love to know the budget of this thing because it's off the charts. This game's going to be huge. If y'all are jumping into Diablo, we'll see you next week. We're going to have a clan. We'll have a fun speculation clan for sure. We'll have it open. I don't know what the limit's going to be, but we did it with Division. We'll have a clan going for sure. And this is going to take over. This is going to be potential game of the year. And like I said, I think it could potentially beat Tears of the Kingdom for sales. So this is going to be a massive
It's going to be a big game.
Yeah, I don't know, Mav. Next week we got PM and the PM on launch night.
Oh, is it on launch night?
Yes, Thursday night it opens.
Ooh.
Yeah, during the show, like when we go live. That's why I said we might have a Diablo launch special.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. So, you know what? Now that I got the PC, if I can figure out how I got the capture card. Yeah, I can plug it in and play it through. Might be interesting. Nice. We might have to do a launch stream or something. So
I have it set up where we can both stream, I think.
Cool. Yeah, I might have to figure it out. So, or at least just, be together. I'm going to be on my PC and we can talk about stuff while we're playing the game and stuff. Who knows? We'll figure it out. But that's going to be huge next week. So get ready for that. Going back through our DMs to see if there's anything else big that I missed. Because again, when you go through the week, it's funny. If you guys don't do shows and you don't have DMs filled with news, some of the news shows up and by Thursday, it feels like it happened 2 weeks ago and it just happened a couple of days ago. It's crazy how this goes. The KOTOR news, Hazardor, you got to take all this with a grain of salt. There was a huge post, a huge video made on YouTube, I should say. Let me bring up the person's name so I can. So his YouTube channel is 100% Star Wars. Okay. This guy has 98,000 subscribers. Okay. So been around for a long time, done good work. Obviously you don't get to 100,000 subscribers without doing good work.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of insider information. He claims to have sources within Aspire. He's got developer friends.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about this.
You want to talk about this? Mm-hmm. Okay. So he's got sources within Aspire. And so he did a full video called The Truth Behind the KOTOR Remake in 2023. Now, this is going to be hard to break down. I watched the entire video, but I watched a couple days ago. But I want to bring up some of the points that he made in this video that I do think were highlighted. And you should all go watch this video if you're interested in some salt. Again, you got to take it. He even says it in his video. I wouldn't trust me if I was just listening to this video. So, just take me with a grain of salt. But this is what I've heard. He's got development sources within Aspire who gave him some backstory on what's happened with this remake, which Grub recently reported is canceled. It hasn't officially been reported as canceled. Embracer Group came out with awful news this week. They lost their $2 billion partnership that they were betting on. That fell through. Their stock dropped 40% in one day. That's all a side note. You know how much I love Embracer Group. You know how much I love Lars. He's got a lot of work to do. He's in trouble over there, Embracer. So he might need to go get some more Saudi money. We'll see what happens there. It's going to get interesting with Embracer Group. We talked about this when Embracer Group first came around. How would they deal with failure? They're in a tough spot right now. But anyways, we know that Aspire and Saber, who took over for Aspire, are both underneath Embracer Group. He talks about in this video a couple points here, Mav. and jump in anytime you feel you want to talk about something here. And if I miss a point that you think is important as well. So he starts at the beginning about how this came about. There was a bidding period for the IP originally, when Lucas decided to find out who was interested in doing a KOTOR remake. So they went to a bunch of different companies. Initially, Microsoft Xbox was not one of those companies, but they did go to Obsidian, of course, because Obsidian obviously worked on KOTOR. So they went to Obsidian, they went to all these other companies, and they asked them to bring them ideas about how they would do a KOTOR remake or KOTOR game. And it wound up that Aspyr was the favorite one. Okay. And that's why Lucas and Disney decided to license the IP to Aspyr underneath Embracer, obviously. So they got the license and they started working on the game. Game was going very well, but the pandemic hit. So that slowed things down. Somewhere in that timeline, they got a huge influx of money for KOTOR. Supposedly, now take this for what you will, the budget for KOTOR remake reached $50 million. And then on top of that, Sony came in and got involved. And Sony became a major partner. And the budget increased to about $100 million. $100 million for a KOTOR remake. Aspyr also had so much faith in what they were doing that they actually started pre-planning KOTOR 2 remake, and they even started thinking of ideas for KOTOR 3. If you're a KOTOR fan like I am, if you're one of the people out there who generally thinks that KOTOR is one of the greatest games, if not the greatest Star Wars game ever created, got to get you a little pumped and excited what the potential was here with $100 million budget for the remake. So then Sony got involved. So pandemic's going on. Development slows down. In some cases, stops completely. They get back on track again as they adjust to the pandemic. And then they finally set up a vertical slice meeting with LucasArts and Sony and, of course, Aspyr. Supposedly they go in this meeting, they show this vertical slice of what they've been working on. And what he describes in this video, Mav, is that they were going for something more along the lines of Final Fantasy VII Remake. So right. they weren't necessarily, it was going to be very close to original.
Turn-based still.
Right. Although we did hear rumors they were thinking about doing action-based, but yeah. But they were trying to do a Final Fantasy remake. So they were going to make it heavy cinematics. They were going to upgrade, obviously, across the board. This was a ground-up remake. But they were going to keep the main storyline, he says, according to his Aspyr sources. The main storyline was straight up almost one for one. They were going to keep the decisions. They were actually going to expand some of the side stories and the side missions and some of the side characters. They were going to expand all of that. NPCs and some minor characters. We're going to get some gender swapping to make it more diverse, that kind of stuff. But overall, they were keeping this game together. So they get this vertical slice showing together for LucasArts and for Sony, and they show it off.
Yeah.
Now this is where I get
supposedly Lucas liked it.
Lucas loved it. Supposedly LucasArts absolutely loved the direction of it. Sony stepped in.
Not cinematic enough.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Literally, this is the video, and I'm not making this up just because I want to, put Sony in a bad light here. And again, take this all with a grain of salt. This is all secondhand information. This is a dude. We don't know who it is. We don't know who his sources are. But supposedly Sony did say, this is not cinematic for us. You got to take this back and redo it. Supposedly because Aspyr was very confident in what they were doing here.
Yeah.
This team, again, if you guys don't remember at the beginning of this, when Aspyr first got the IP, they started bringing in old BioWare people that had worked on the original KOTORs. They started bringing in some of the original writers from the original KOTOR. Again, this was a project that was steeped in passion, that they loved KOTOR, the original, so much that they wanted to make sure they did this right. And obviously they had the budget to do it. They even went, this video even states that they had all the original voice actors almost to a T. There's a couple that passed away, but they had all the original voice actors coming back to redo the lines again. Sony says it's not cinematic enough. And then, so this supposedly throws Aspire and Embracer Group into panic mode.
Yeah, that throws them for a loop. They don't know what to do, right?
They have no idea what to do. They don't know how they're going to do this. Embracer Group's leadership panics because somehow, and the guy says directly in this video, I still don't understand how Sony got this much control of this project. He goes, I understand that you're a publishing partner, but most of the time publishing partners don't have this kind of say. So Embracer Group's leadership panics, tells Aspire to completely stop working on the game.
Fire the creative director.
Fire the key creative directors. And then we had gotten word, this actually went public, that they were trying to hire new creative directors. So supposedly the emotions within Aspire were pretty bad, but they were hopeful because there was this, they were out there looking for new creative directors, right? Then all of a sudden, they're not even told, but the IP is pulled from them and given to Saber. And this is unknown to the development team until an interview from a show with one of the Saber leaders in which he confirms that they are now working on the KOTOR project. And that's how the news gets to them. Well, at this point, Aspire is completely demolished. People start leaving left and right. Like, this is bullshit, like blindsided. There's no work for them. They start helping other studios with Embracer Group, but Embracer leadership won't tell them what they're working on or what they can go to next. They make one last attempt at a pitch. It's turned down. So now Saber Interactive has it and has supposedly been working on it. But the team, according to the Aspire sources, the team over at Saber that has it, I forget which Saber team it is, but according to the sources, they had built this huge team full of experienced developers, including BioWare, ex-BioWare devs, including ex-writers from KOTOR, all of this. According to the sources, the team that has it over at Saber has little to no dev experience and is very limited in what they've done. So none of this makes any sense. And then we got the news. Was it last week, Mav? I think it was last week.
I think it was last
Grub
week.
came out. Grub came out and said the game's canceled. Now there's no official talk about it, but why I had talked about the investor, the update that Embracer Group gives, their financial update, was because they take questions from the media. And Lars, of course, was asked about the KOTOR remake and where it stands. And he started to say something like, I don't want, and then he was cut off by his PR. And his PR jumped in. So nothing official has been canceled, but it's not looking good. And if this story is true, Mav, and if we lost out on a KOTOR remake and potentially a KOTOR 2 remake and potentially a third final to the trilogy, KOTOR 3, because Sony wanted a more cinematic experience like they do. Another reason I won't be investing into their ecosystem outside of buying maybe some of their games on PC. Sony is not doing this industry any favors in my eyes right now. Mav, what are your thoughts on all this? If you got anything to add, let me know.
You look at that story and you put stuff that what just happened with like Deviation Games as well. There's also, what was it, Fire Walk or Fire Sprite Studios? Or
Fire Sprite
Studios, right?
Firewalk's the one we just saw the trailer.
They have too many Fire Studios.
Yeah, I know.
So what happened there as well? It's not surprising, I guess. They have certain vision of standard that they believe that a game has to be, it seems like. And if it doesn't meet that, it's like they will speak up and even potentially pull funding. I'm guessing maybe this had something to do with that. As supposedly that, like you said, Lucasfilm loved it,
Yep.
and Sony didn't. Sony was a later partner as well to the project, supposedly. So,
Yep.
Man, it's tough to say how this stuff goes on. Then I got to look at it too, and I got to say, like, maybe a little bit of fault should be placed on Embracer as well for making that partnership and allowing that much control.
For allowing them,
allowing that much control over it, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, 100%.
Supposedly PlayStation got it because it was also pitched to Xbox as well. The Xbox didn't go for it.
I was just going to say that came later when they were looking for partners. They did supposedly go to Microsoft and Xbox, and Xbox did turn it down because it is a third-party studio with a licensed IP that Xbox can't control. That was also a part of the video, which I was going to add.
Which also feeds more into kind of at that time.
Yes.
Phil Spencer had recently made comments about they prefer to work on projects that they own and stuff. So they maybe with Bethesda now kind of going around that a little bit, but they own Bethesda, who's the first party working on Indiana Jones, right? So third party and another IP that you don't own, they have no control over what happens with that.
He said, man, I'm not flexing. I'm saying Sony's not going to get my profits except for a very small amount if I buy.
He's just going to play their games on PC, give the money to Steam mostly.
Sad though, man. Sad. And listen, Phil, whoever from Xbox is listening to this, 3-Bits confirmed that some of you listen to this. I need you to put this in the suggestion box, okay? Whatever suggestion box there is. If this is true, if the KOTOR project is canceled, I don't know how these licensed IP contracts work. I don't know if a project is canceled, if that null and voids the contract. I got to assume it does. I got to assume that Lucas and Disney take the IP back, that license specifically, but I don't know that. Maybe they still have control of it for a certain period of time. But listen to me. You guys can have a feeling about licensed IP. That's fine. I understand it. You can, the majority of the time, say that you don't want to work on licensed IP unless you own it. That's fine. But there has to be exceptions to that rule. There has to be certain IP that take precedent that you go out and you do get. So you guys turned down this once. If it's a fact that this game is canceled, if the IP, the license, reverts back, at least for KOTOR, to LucasArts, you already have a relationship through Bethesda with LucasArts, a strong one. You make this phone call. And again, this is a what if scenario. Okay. I know nothing. You make this phone call. You get this IP. Yes, it's a licensed IP. You give it to Obsidian. A KOTOR remake from Obsidian, a potential KOTOR 2 remake from Obsidian, and a potential KOTOR 3 will be some of the most hyped games you will have in your portfolio. I guarantee it. That is not a joke. Can you imagine, Mav, the talk if Obsidian got control of the KOTOR IP?
Well, the interesting thing here, right, was that in that same video, supposedly Obsidian, who was not owned by Xbox at the time, was a studio that they had pitched pitched to Lucasfilm for their vision of a KOTOR remake, right? So, yes, if it becomes available again, if this gets canned, if it doesn't happen, I got to mention the guy in the video said that he doesn't think the game's canceled. Right.
He did say that. Thank you for bringing that up. He said personally he does not.
He said based on everything he has that rumor's false. But who knows? Who knows? Right? Maybe Grubb has more recent information. Right. Obsidian would be perfect,
bro. Can you imagine the hype behind it? Can you imagine the talk behind it?
Or BioWare, EA? I'd be happy with that too.
Yeah, but they're not the same anymore. I don't
Yeah.
want them touching it. I would rather have Obsidian, who has still people
Yeah, they
working
still have.
Obsidian.
Yeah, you're right.
A
about that.
core team, and Obsidian with Microsoft money could go potentially and get some of those devs that Aspire had collected, those old BioWare devs, bring them back into the fold again and do it right. But man, can you imagine the potential for an up-to-date, from the ground up rebuilt KOTOR from Obsidian, 1, 2, and potentially a third? We're talking about Elder Scrolls type hype.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like a slam dunk, and you got one of your best developers working on it. It's not like you're giving it to an unknown developer.
Yeah.
You've got one of your best developers working on it, that they've proven themselves time and time again. I'm just telling you, man, if this really goes down, everybody in the chat too, if you guys are interested in the video that Mav and I are talking about, I'm gonna post a link in there. I got to give this guy credit because it is a lot of information. It's a lot of detailed information, and he does a great job with it. So if you want to go check that video out, there's the link for y'all. I love that I can do this now. I love this stuff. It's just crazy to me that I can do it. But yeah, no, I just thought that was, something that we should bring up, because there's so many KOTOR fans out here, especially the Xbox. That was an Xbox, OG Xbox, exclusive. That was huge, man. That was huge. And so many people have wanted this for so long. If you do it right, man, this is a valuable IP. Even
Sony fucked up an opportunity there.
Oh, if Sony did that too, my God.
They fucked themselves on having a big RPG,
oh my God. And they screwed out the rest of the game industry. Again, this is going to be a timed exclusive by Sony. They screwed up the rest of the game industry of a beloved franchise because it wasn't their style of game. Oh my God. Again, take it with a grain of salt, but it fits the MO.
More sad dads.
That's all I'm going to say. Yes. Yeah, needed more sad dads in it. No, we didn't realize we don't want an RPG anymore.
Oh, it's this kind of game? What's an RPG?
Yeah, no, we don't do these. We don't do these types of games. You guys can't make it this way.
It's
really
surprising.
It's sad, man. It's not. It's their MO. That's why I think it's probably pretty true. Anyways, all right, man. Let me see.
We got one more $2 super chat from Alvin.
Get that.
Said Sony said F the gameplay, more CGI. Shaking my head. Wait, no, sorry. What am I doing? Where's the fucking that's the old one. Hold on. I have another one. Alvin's. Wait, no, that's the new one. Sorry, you're right. That's the new super chat. Okay, we're good. I'm good. I'm going crazy. I got my organization stuff mixed up on my PC.
Yeah. And Sappho, I know it's still technically under contract right now with Sony because it hasn't been officially canceled. I do understand that. And like I said, I wouldn't know the contract language, obviously, to understand how it all works out. I'm just saying that if it's canceled, then the partnership with Sony, I'm assuming, would be done, right? Because there's no game. So again, I don't know how that all works, but I would assume that's canceled. The licensing rights are owned by Embracer Group because that's obviously the parent company of Aspire. So the licensing rights would revert, but then that would also be null and void because they no longer have a game to produce for LucasArts. So I'm just assuming that. But again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just saying, if it is the case, then Xbox, they need to make an exception for this rule that they have, that they don't want to work with unowned IP, that they don't want to license IP. They have to make an exception for KOTOR. And I don't say that lightly. Like, normally I don't use that kind of terminology. They have to do this and save this and give it to Obsidian. It would be perfect. My God. Let's see if we got anything else in here that I want to talk about real quick. I don't think so.
I got an image to pull up on the screen.
Pull up that image. PSVR 2 selling better than expected, Mav. 600,000.
Worst game of the year supposedly released.
Oh God, yeah, we saw this one coming a mile away. At least Steele and I talked about it last week on LSS. Again,
this is why when everybody talked about this game, we were like, "Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it."
I mean, if you're still looking forward to it, if you're Lord of the Rings, I'm a Lord of the Rings fan.
I'm sure you can find some enjoyment there.
Again, I never wanted to play as Gollum. I hated the new direction. I liked the original trailer that they put out way back, way back. It actually looked dark and it actually looked kind of interesting. And then they went back to the drawing board because supposedly a lot of people said they didn't like it. And they came out with this new version of Gollum. And I didn't like it at all. But yeah, supposedly it's getting eaten up. But again, never played games this low before that I love. So I'm not going to say don't go play it. But just Gollum was not in on my radar in any way, shape, or form at all.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Looks like it's going to be pretty bad, or it is bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it.
Vik The CLiCK just hit us with $5, Pong.
Yep.
Says Solely only like RPG made up of boy bands with spiky hair.
Yeah, made by one company, Square Enix. Japanese RPGs they're okay with. Western RPGs, they're not.
Yeah.
Ah, man. Anyways. All right, man. Let's get everybody out of here. It is 10 o'clock our time. So we have been going for nearly 4 hours.
4 hours. 4 hours.
I love this, brother. We've been doing it. I got to go eat. I slid in here. Whew, man.
Yeah.
Let's do this. So great show, everybody. Chat, you all were amazing. I think we almost might have had a record PM in the PM tonight. We topped out a way above 2. I think we were almost 250 at one point. So thank you all for joining us, whether you joined us for the first little bit or you joined us for the entire thing, whatever the case may be. As always, I tell you, love and respect to each and every single one of you. Thank you again for all the support for the, all these years, for all these shows that you guys have all been showing up and tuning into. Love you all. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Great conversations in there. Now that I get to see the conversations, right? I'm going to get better at multitasking now that I can. So this is going to improve over time, folks, but thank you all for joining us. PM in the PM, episode 74 on, what is this? May the 25th, my birthday weekend coming up, boys and girls, my birthday weekend. So shout out to all of you. I'm going to be talking to y'all real soon, but I'm going to get Mav out of here first. So Fun Speculation, AKA Mav, Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night. What else? What else got going on?
Guess fun times tomorrow night with Xbox Ultimate Podcast. And then maybe we'll be playing some games over the weekend or something. I found out during the show that Jasper said that it's the 30th actually for Company Heroes 3. So that may be the next game I buy.
Okay.
But other than that, man, just been hanging out. You guys tune in tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be back on Monday for Fun Speculation Podcast at 10 p.m. Eastern. And then back here next week for PM in the PM. What about you, Pong?
Perfect, brother. Yeah. Sappho, we did not get to the Sony operative and CMA.
One quick note.
Yeah, go ahead.
For the Fun Speculation Prediction Special that we do every year.
Oh, yeah.
Doing it differently this year. I'm not going to have the time coming up with what's going on with my work schedule to sit there and try and figure out all of these interviews individually and put a pre-recorded video like I've done the last 2 years out for our prediction special. So I don't want to not do it, whatever. So what we're going to do is on June the 2nd, our Xbox Ultimate Podcast will be a Fun Speculation Prediction Special, Xbox Showcase Special, the same thing, but we're going to do it live with the panel, and we're going to have fun, and there's going to be some special guests rolling through as well. So tune into that, and
amazing.
Yeah, as we get closer, I'll kind of say who's going to be there or who we're expecting, But yeah, I think, it's a little different, for us to do the show that way as opposed. Still going to come up with some fun ideas for it because part of that special has always kind of been trying to get have fun with it, not just be 100% serious, right? So we're going to be having some fun with that on the 2nd. So tune into that as well.
Yep, absolutely. And Steel did hit us up and let us know that Dragon's Dogma is still 30 frames on console. But the res is much better than it was originally. So just to let you guys know there. And let's see. Oh yeah, Sappho, about the Sony operative at the CMA. Really, there's nothing to report until this is brought up officially, which I'm sure behind the scenes, if it is a conflict of interest, I don't know how it works in the UK, but if this is a problem and he can be recused and that can, kind of hurt their case even more, then I'm sure Microsoft's million dollar attorneys are all over it. So I think that we're going to find out in the near future if that's the case. We'll probably hear something about it. But it is just one more knock against that CMA, man. They are just looking worse and worse by the day. And then Mav and I still believe that this deal is going to get through some way, somehow. So at the end of the day, so it is interesting though. Thanks for being here. And so you guys can find me, Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. You guys all know the drill there. And obviously tomorrow night, I will be joining the Xbox Ultimate crew as always. We're going to have a good time. And we'll see where our resident Xbot Psychonauts is tomorrow night. So he's been getting in down and dirty. So we're going to have a fun show tomorrow night. I can guarantee you that. 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, Saturday morning. That's the big one because we are still on Mission 1K. So please, if you haven't checked out Living Split Screen, all one word with my brother from another Steel Rain, be there Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Steel. I might have to do a disclosure statement like like COG and the ILP do for King, because Steel has got some emotions going. So people were talking bad about multiplayer and get multiplayer out of my single player games. And he started lighting folks up and started throwing smoke out there. And he had a tweet earlier this week in which he stated that Halo Infinite is better than 95% of Sony's one and done games. So I'm sure Saturday morning is going to be quite interesting. It's going to be quite fun. It's going to be lively, and we're going to get your energy up for your weekend. So join us Saturday morning on Living Split Screen. Be there, tell a friend, bring a friend, Mission 1K. Buckle up, 3+ hours Saturday morning. And then Saturday night's the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, finally getting the attention it deserves. It deserves even more, but the crowds have been fantastic every Saturday night. Join PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, and myself. And this week, we got brother from another 3-bit showing on up.
Ooh,
so
nice.
We're going to have a good night on Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time for the Shop Podcast. And then next week, it starts all over again. You know the drill. Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick, Xbox Factor Podcast every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then right back here, Thursday night, PM in the PM, episode 75, where we're probably going to have a lot more to talk about. We are in showcase season, full swing. Rumors are flying. We're going to have some fun next week as well. Be there. Otherwise, it's the golden age of gaming, people. It truly, truly is. Looking forward to a lot of this stuff. Oh, my God. Play what you love.
Yep.
Love what you play. Have a fantastic Friday and a great start to your weekend. I'll talk to you all real soon. Mav, get us out of here.
Vic just hit us with another super, as he does.
Of course he did.
He's the end of show
Thank
super
you, Vic.
chatter. I love you, Vic. He says with $5, now Pong has 2 screens, LOL. He could read his long outro without scrolling up. That's right.
I don't read the outro, brother.
Yeah.
It's all done just naturally.
Omatoni says, Mav, this year just let Psycho predict for 4 hours.
Oh my God.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing. And hey, real quick too, rest in peace and Godspeed to the one and only Tina Turner, Queen. She went out peacefully, which is something we can only hope to do. And she lived her life unlike anybody else for what she went through, and she never wanted any pity. Tina Turner was a one of a kind and a generational type voice. And so shout out to Tina Turner.
Yeah, special. All right, everybody. Peace. See you tomorrow. Bye.